Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Endless Road Loop, Haunted Headlights Pursuit. I never liked driving after dark, but sometimes it's the only way. I told myself it was just a quick trip back from a friend's place, nothing more. I'd been out late, chatting about old movies and bad coffee, trying to forget the knot in my chest that had been growing for weeks. The radio was off. No music. I don't know why, I just wanted silence. The highway stretched straight ahead, no bends, no signs of life. No other cars. Just me and the night. At first, I didn't notice the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, a pair of sharp, steady beams in the rearview mirror, too bright to be anything but a car. I glanced over my shoulder, checking the lane, but the road was empty otherwise. I pressed my foot a little harder on the accelerator, but the car stayed right behind me, never closer, never farther. I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone was just going my way, the same direction. Maybe they didn't want to pass on a lonely stretch where the shoulder crumbled into weeds. I told myself none of it mattered. I should have been used to it. But then the headlights didn't change. They didn't flicker or shift. They stayed locked on me, unwavering, like a predator's gaze. My hands tightened around the steering wheel, the leather rough under my palms. I could taste the dryness in my mouth, like swallowing sand. The road had that strange stillness that made normal sounds, like the distant buzz of a cicada or the crunch of gravel under tires, feel distant, muted, as if the world had paused. I tried to focus on the road signs. Mile markers, junctions, anything to mark progress. I passed the old rest stop, deserted and dim, the flickering neon sign barely legible, open 24 hours. The building looked like it hadn't seen a customer in years. I thought about stopping but didn't have the courage. Something about the place felt off, stale and hollow. The car behind me stayed there. Then I saw the junction. The same one I'd passed hours ago, or so I thought. The road branched off to a gravel path that led to a little farm I recognized, with its faded red barn and leaning fence posts. I'd passed it already, sure of it. But now, there it was, again, just ahead, the same way, the same angle. My heart started to hammer. I blinked hard, trying to clear the sudden fog in my vision. No! That wasn't possible. I forced myself to slow down, easing the car to a stop near the fork. The air was colder here, sharper, carrying the faint smell of wood smoke and something else, damp leaves, maybe, or old rubber. I looked in the rearview mirror again. The headlights had stopped behind me, their glow steady but distant. The driver's side window rolled down a fraction, catching the moonlight, but I couldn't see a face. Just a dark silhouette. I swallowed hard. The silence was absolute now. No other sounds. The night had swallowed the world whole. I thought about calling someone. My phone was in the cup holder, screen cracked but still working. No signal. Of course. This stretch of highway was notorious for dead zones, a place where even a quick emergency call felt like a luxury. I tried the radio again, flipping through stations. Static. White noise. Then a faint voice cutting through the hiss, a woman talking, soft and hurried, like a late-night DJ reading a weather update. I turned the volume up, hoping for some distraction. The voice was distant but clear enough to calm the edges of my nerves. But the car behind me didn't move. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. Midnight. Exactly. The moment when the quiet feels loudest. when the dark starts to feel like it's watching. I debated turning around, but the road was narrow, and the headlights stayed fixed just behind me. I shifted into reverse, slowly, the crunch of gravel under my tires loud enough to make me jump. The car mirrored my move, staying the same distance behind. It was like it was waiting for me to make a mistake. I told myself to breathe, to stay calm. It's just a car, just a driver, probably some kid messing around. Maybe someone lost. Or worse, maybe just someone else driving home alone like me, with their own worries pulling them along. I looked past the steering wheel at the junction again. It was familiar, yes, too familiar. The same patch of cracked asphalt, the same bent street sign with peeling paint. I tried to pinpoint how long I'd been driving. Hours? Minutes? The darkness played tricks. I could swear I'd passed this spot before, but when? It didn't add up. My fingers trembled as I gripped the wheel. I tasted the bitterness of cold sweat on my lips. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but I couldn't make the thought stick. Something was wrong. The car's engine purred behind me, a low, steady hum. No flashing lights. No honks. Just presence. Silent and persistent. I thought about the stories I heard, about people disappearing on highways like this, swallowed by the night, or caught by strangers with too much time and too little mercy. I never believed any of it before. Now, with that car behind me, its headlights locked on, I wasn't so sure. I blinked. The junction was still there, right where it should be. But I could swear the trees had shifted, or maybe the shadows had stretched differently. The air tasted colder now, sharper against my tongue. My breath came out in uneven puffs. I tried to shake it off. I started the engine again and eased forward. The car behind me followed, unwavering. The highway was quiet, but the feeling of being watched, no, tracked grew heavier with every mile. And then I realized I hadn't passed that junction hours ago, not really. I had been stuck there, or maybe going in circles. Or maybe something else entirely. The headlights stayed with me, steady and patient, waiting for me to figure it out. The headlights lingered there, just beyond my rearview mirror, like a steady pulse I couldn't ignore. I slowed the car, the tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. The air felt suddenly heavier, as if the night itself was holding its breath. I pulled over, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles whitened. The other car stopped, too. Its engine hummed low, almost imperceptible, but I could hear it. The silence between us was thick, a fragile thing stretched taut. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my shaking fingers. Okay, I muttered to myself. Think. The smell of damp earth and pine filled the cabin, mixed with the faint scent of gasoline from my own car. Outside, the night was still. No sound of insects or rustling leaves. Just the distant hum of that engine, waiting. I unlocked the door and stepped out, the cold biting through my thin jacket. The gravel crunched underfoot, sharp and dry against the dampness in the air. My eyes adjusted slowly, catching the faint outline of the other car's shape, a dark sedan, its windows tinted so heavily I couldn't see inside. The headlights stayed fixed on me, unwavering. I hesitated. The rational part of me told me to stay inside, lock the doors, call someone. But my gut pushed me forward, a stubborn itch I couldn't scratch away. I walked toward the junction sign, the yellow paint peeling and faded, the words barely legible, East Hollow Road. I'd driven this stretch a dozen times before. Familiar enough to be comfortable. But now, it felt like a stage set, the scenery rearranged just enough to throw me off. The trees leaned in closer, their branches tangled like grasping fingers. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying with it a faint, metallic tang like rust or old blood, and my stomach lurched. I took a step back toward the car. The sedan hadn't moved. Its engine was off now, the headlights dimmed. A window rolled down slowly with a faint mechanical roar, and I caught my breath. "Hey," a voice called, low and steady. No accent, no warmth. Just a flat monotone. "You lost?" I froze. The voice was disturbingly calm, like someone reading from a script, waiting for a cue. I looked up at the darkened window, trying to make out a face. A silhouette, nothing more. My skin prickled. No," I said, my voice uneven. "Just stop for a minute." The window rolled up again, the metal click echoing in the still night. The sedan's engine hummed back to life, but the car didn't move. It stayed where it was, watching. I felt like a mouse caught in a trap. I jumped back into my car and locked the doors, my hands trembling. The interior felt suddenly claustrophobic, the dim glow of the dashboard lights casting long shadows across the seats. I needed to figure this out. I needed to know what I was up against. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The middle of nowhere was rarely kind to reception. I tried again. Nothing. The headlights flicked on behind me, and the sedan started moving slowly, deliberately, falling in behind me, the beam catching in my mirror. I put the car in gear, the engine whining softly as I pulled back onto the highway. I tried to focus on the road, on the cracked white lines stretching into the darkness. But my mind raced, circling back to the junction. How was it possible that I was still here? That I'd gone nowhere? I rubbed my eyes, tasting the dry bitterness of fatigue on my tongue. Maybe I dozed off. Maybe this was some kind of nightmare. But none of that explained the car. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye, something darting between the trees. A figure, I thought, but maybe just a trick of the shadows. Still, my heart jolted, and I slammed my foot a little harder on the accelerator. The highway stretched on, empty and endless. No other cars. No lights in the distance. The radio static crackled, then settled into a low hum, like a distant storm rolling in. The air smelled different now, sharp, metallic, with a hint of burnt rubber. I glanced in the mirror again. The other car was still there, relentless. I turned the wheel slightly, taking the next exit ramp. The sedan followed. I was starting to feel cornered, like a rat in a maze. I needed to break the pattern, to disrupt whatever game this was. I pulled into a small rest stop, a dimly lit patch of pavement with a single flickering street lamp and a rusted payphone. The smell of old trash and damp concrete filled the air. I locked the doors and sat still for a moment, listening. The other car slowed behind me, then stopped again, headlights cutting through the gloom. I debated getting out. I wanted to check my tires, to see if there was anything wrong with the car. But the thought of facing whoever was watching me was enough to freeze me in place. I tried calling a friend. No answer. I left a voicemail, my voice tight, explaining where I was. The phone battery was draining fast, like it didn't want me to have any lifelines. Then the street lamp above me flickered violently before plunging the rest stop into darkness. The headlights behind me brightened, illuminating the lot. The sudden brightness made me squint. I could see the outline of the car clearly now, clean, black, unmarked. No plates. Nothing to identify it. A cold shiver ran down my spine as a figure stepped out from the driver's side. No sudden movements. No shouting. Just slow, measured footsteps on the cracked asphalt. I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. The figure stopped a few feet from my window. I could make out the shape of a man, tall, broad-shouldered. His face was hidden in shadow, but his presence was unmistakable. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. I reached for the lock button, fingers trembling. The car felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I don't want trouble. Just leave me alone." He tilted his head slightly. No words. Just watching. My grip on the steering wheel tightened until my nails bit into the leather. The air inside the car tasted stale, bitter. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was trapped. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a distant bark, sharp and urgent, followed by the faint hum of tires on gravel far beyond the rest stop. The figure glanced toward the sound, then back at me. His eyes caught a glint of the street lamp's dying light, a flash of something cold, calculating. I pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life. The car lurched forward, tires skidding slightly on the loose gravel. The figure took a step back, disappearing into the darkness. The sedan's headlights flickered, then vanished. I didn't stop driving until the highway swallowed me whole again, the junction fading behind me. But I knew it was still there, waiting. And so was he. I was no longer just a lost traveler on a desolate road. I was a target. The storm wasn't coming. It was already here. The headlights were gone. Just like that. I sat there, breath hitching, the engine's hum retreating into an uneasy silence. The sudden absence of light behind me felt heavier than the darkness ahead. It wasn't relief. Not really. It was something worse, an emptiness in the rearview mirror, a vacant space where the car had been, where the threat had lurked. I blinked hard, trying to will my pulse to slow. My fingers curled tightly around the steering wheel, knuckles white. The stale taste in my mouth didn't fade. Instead, it thickened, almost metallic. I wiped at my lips on the sleeve of my jacket, the fabric rough and cold against my skin. Outside, the night seemed to press in closer, the road stretching endlessly in both directions, black asphalt melting into shadows. The rest stop was a pale smear behind me, its flickering street lamp now just a weak pulse in the dark. I hadn't moved more than a few feet when the sedan's headlights vanished, but still I hesitated, caught between the urge to flee and the paralyzing weight of what I'd just escaped. A distant dog barked again, sharp and ragged. Somewhere, a car's engine crawled to life, then died. The night was alive with sound, but nothing that promised safety. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I muttered to myself, voice cracked and low. "Okay. You're still here." Not the man who'd been standing beside my car moments ago. The ghost was gone, but the feeling. The thing that had been watching me, waiting. That feeling wasn't something I could just drive away from. I reached for my phone, hands still shaky. No signal. Nothing but that familiar, infuriating searching, blinking at me. I pressed the power button. Tried again. Still nothing. A hollow laugh escaped me, brittle and tired. Great. Just great. I glanced around, eyes darting over the road signs I thought I recognized. Miller's Junction was the last one I'd passed. I tried to remember how long ago that had been. Hours? Minutes? My mind was a jumble of shadows and snippets, the man's cold stare, the bark, the skid of tires on gravel. But then it hit me, the whole road felt wrong. That same junction kept appearing, over and over, like a loop. I hadn't passed it hours ago. I hadn't passed it at all. I shook my head, tried to clear the fog. No! That can't be. I told myself it was exhaustion, or maybe I'd missed a turn somewhere. But the signs weren't changing. Nothing was moving forward. The same stretch of road curved ahead, the same cracked paint on the lane markers, the same faded graffiti on the guardrail. Panic edged its way back in, cold and sharp. I turned on the radio, hoping static might at least fill the silence. A scratchy voice broke through, a local DJ talking about the weather. "Clear skies tonight, folks. Perfect for a midnight drive, if you're brave enough." The irony wasn't lost on me. I flicked the dial, but the stations looped endlessly, the same voices, the same music, the same ads for the one gas station in this godforsaken stretch of highway. I pressed the accelerator. The car rolled forward, tires humming against the rough pavement. The junction came up again, the same exact place, like a bad joke. I slammed the brakes, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. "No," I whispered. "No way." I looked in the rearview mirror again. Empty. For now. The headlights returned. That car was back. Farther behind this time, but unmistakable. The glow was steady, unwavering. The driver's patience was deliberate, almost clinical. I felt the weight of those unseen eyes boring into me once more. I needed to figure out what was happening. Somehow. But the car's presence wasn't just a threat, it was a statement. One I couldn't ignore. I tried calling 911 again. No connection. The phone slipped from my hands, landing on the floor with a soft clatter. I bent down, heart hammering, and fumbled to pick it up. Then I noticed the glove compartment was open, something I didn't remember touching. Inside, a crumpled piece of paper I hadn't seen before. I unfolded it carefully. The paper was creased and old, edges worn like it had been in the glove box a long time. Scrawled across the page in shaky handwriting were directions. Not just any directions, these were specific, detailed, and looped back toward Miller's Junction. I frowned. Why would someone leave this here? Was it meant for me? Or whoever else had driven this road before? The thought settled uneasily. I heard a noise outside the car, soft, deliberate footsteps crunching on gravel. My breath caught again. The man? No, this felt different. Quieter. More precise. I locked the doors and peered through the windshield into the blackness. Nothing. Just the faint outline of trees skittering in the wind, and the distant hum of that other car, headlights still steady behind me. I was trapped in this loop, on this cursed stretch of highway, with no signal, no escape, and a driver behind me who refused to pass or leave. I took a deep breath and tried to reason through it. Maybe if I slowed down, stopped, waited, would the car go away? Or would it close the distance, inch by inch, until I was caught? I glanced down at the crumpled directions again. Something about the handwriting seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Was it my own? No, that was impossible. I felt a sudden, sharp jolt of dizziness. My hands trembled as I gripped the wheel. I blinked hard and tried to focus on the road ahead. The junction loomed once more. The headlights flickered again. Closer now. Why won't you just pass? I whispered. No answer. Just the night, thick and unyielding. The choice I faced was clear. Keep driving forward into an endless loop or pull over and confront whatever waited in the dark. I swallowed down the lump rising in my throat. There was no turning back. Not anymore. The weight in my chest settled heavier with each passing second, pressing down like the dark sky outside squeezed the very air from the car. I caught the junction again, its faded sign half hanging off the pole, the peeling paint barely legible, Old Mill Road. I blinked hard, willing the scene to shift, to change. Maybe if I just looked away, the nightmare would break. Instead, the car's headlights stayed fixed in my rearview mirror, unwavering and relentless, as if they were waiting for me to hit the brakes. I exhaled, long and slow, trying to steady my shaking hands. The crumpled directions lay on the passenger seat, the handwriting still taunting me. The words seemed familiar, like a half-remembered dream. Or maybe a warning I'd ignored. I reached out, fingers trembling, to smooth the paper against the seat. The smell of stale coffee mixed with the faint, acrid scent of old leather filled the car. Outside, the air was thick with dampness, the scent of wet earth and pine needles clinging to the windows. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, a sharp, lonely sound that cut through the silence like an item. I glanced in the mirror again. No blink. No flicker. Just those two bright points, unwavering. The driver behind me wasn't just following, it was like they were tethered to my every move, a dark twin shadowing my path. A sudden impulse made me slam the brakes. The car behind me slowed instantly, as if glued to my every reaction. The tires screeched against the asphalt, the sound sharp and raw, echoing in the hollow night. My pulse thudded in my ears louder than the engine. I stared out the window at the empty road ahead, the junction where I knew I should have turned hours ago. I whispered to myself, "Why won't you just pass?" But the silence was thick and suffocating. I looked down at the directions again. The handwriting was definitely mine. I could swear to that. But the words were all wrong enough to make my pulse jump. It said, "Turn back. Don't trust the car behind." I shoved the paper back onto the seat and gripped the wheel tight. What was going on? Was I losing my mind? Time felt like it was folding in on itself, looping endlessly through the same stretch of road. I knew one thing for sure: if I stopped, I'd be vulnerable. But if I didn't, I'd be trapped, driving in circles with that car dogging my every move. Then, the headlights blinked. Once. Twice. Then went dark. My breath caught. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic drumbeat. The road ahead stretched empty and cold, the trees lining it like silent sentries. The car behind me was gone. For a moment, relief washed over me, sharp and sudden. I was alone. Finally. But then, the headlights flickered back on, far off to the side of the road, just beyond the tree line. Not behind me. To the right. I squinted, trying to make out the shape in the darkness. The car wasn't moving. Just sitting there, waiting. I swallowed hard. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The car was still. And so was I. I debated turning off the road, pulling over to the shoulder, but the gravel looked loose and unforgiving. No cell signal. No help. The headlights switched off again, then back on, closer this time. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. What? What do you want? The words felt weak, absurd. No answer. Only the low hum of my engine and the ticking of the dashboard clock. I took a deep breath and forced myself to look in the rearview mirror once more. The other car had reappeared behind me without a sound, its lights glaring like twin eyes. Cold sweat pricked at my scalp. My fingers trembled. I tried to think clearly. If I slowed down, maybe they'd pass me. Or maybe they'd close in. If I sped up, maybe I could lose them. I chose speed. The car roared forward, the engine's growl filling the silence. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, the yellow lines blurring beneath my tires. But no matter how fast I went, the car stayed the same distance behind me. I glanced over at the passenger seat. The directions. The handwriting. The warning. I reached out and grabbed the paper again. The ink was smudged now, like someone had tried to erase it. But the words remained faintly visible. Trust no one. Not even yourself. A shiver ran down my spine. Not even myself. The phrase echoed in my head. I blinked hard and tried to shake it off. Then, headlights flickered again. Close. Too close. I dared to glance at the side mirror. The car was right there, almost alongside me now. I could see the driver's face in the dim glow inside the car. But it was too dark to make out details. Just a vague outline. I swallowed. The car matched my every turn, every move. No sign of slowing or passing, just a relentless presence. I realized then that this wasn't about speed or distance. This was about control. About power. I wasn't just being followed. I was being hunted. The road curved sharply ahead. I forced the car into the turn, tires squealing in protest. The other car followed exactly, perfectly. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The other car stopped too, just feet behind me. I sat frozen, staring at the rearview mirror. Then, the driver's side window rolled down with a slow mechanical groan. A voice, low and calm, slipped through the night air. You're not supposed to be here. The words hung between us, heavy and threatening. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. What do you want? I asked, voice cracking. The driver didn't answer. Just stared, silent, waiting. The night stretched endlessly, and I was still trapped. I sat there, engine idling, the other car just a breath behind me, its window down, the driver's voice like a shadow across the night. Minutes passed, or maybe seconds. Time had lost its shape. The highway stretched behind and ahead, empty, save for us two. I braced myself for something, movement, a threat, a demand, but nothing came. Just the cold silence pressing in. Why? I finally managed, my voice hoarse. Why me? No answer. Just the faint hum of the engine, the distant call of a night bird, and the scent of dry earth mingled with the faint, unpleasant tang of exhaust. The air was colder now, or maybe my skin just felt that way. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. Look, I don't want trouble. I'm just trying to get through. The car didn't move. The window stayed down, but the driver remained still, watching. Waiting. I glanced back at the junction I'd passed, or thought I had hours ago. The one that never changed. It was impossible to ignore anymore. I hadn't moved forward. The road was a loop, cruel and unyielding. That realization hit me harder than the chill in the air. I was trapped in a cycle, and this presence behind me was the reason. I shifted the car into gear. Okay, I said, voice firmer. What do you want from me? This time, the window rolled up with the same slow mechanical groan, sealing off the voice, the threat, the unknown. The car remained there, headlights unwavering, neither approaching nor retreating. Like a predator still sizing up its prey, or maybe just waiting for the next move. I was out of options. The road behind me stretched endlessly into blackness. Ahead, the same curve, the same empty highway. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my breathing, the feel of the steering wheel under my fingers, rough and worn from years of use. My thoughts spiraled. Was this some kind of twisted game? A punishment for wandering off course? Or worse, was it just a man with too much time and too little reason, using the night and loneliness to unsettle strangers? I flicked on the radio, static crackling through the speakers. Nothing but dead air. Even the music had abandoned me. The silence in the car grew thick, suffocating. I imagined the driver watching, waiting for me to break down, to panic. Then I did something I hadn't dared before. I blinked. Hard. When my eyes opened, the other car was gone. I whipped my head around, scanning the dark road behind. Nothing. No lights. No sound. Just the cold night air pressing in from all sides. A knot of relief twisted in my chest, but it was sharp and uneasy. Part of me wanted to believe it was over. The other part knew better. I eased the car forward, the tires crunching softly on the gravel shoulder. The road stretched out before me, still the same, still endless. I drove slowly, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. No headlights. No car. Just the ghost of that voice, lingering in my mind. I didn't stop until the sky began to show the faintest hint of dawn, pale and hesitant. Somewhere ahead, a signpost appeared, its peeling paint catching the early light. I pulled over, heart still hammering. I let the engine die and sat in the quiet, the weight of what had happened settling deep inside me. I thought about calling someone, anyone. But who would believe this? That I'd been stalked by an unseen driver who never passed, whose window rolled down to speak warnings no one else heard. I pictured the skeptical faces, the questions I couldn't answer. No, better to keep this to myself for a while. The hours that followed were a blur of exhaustion and unease. I checked into a diner at the next town, the smell of coffee and burnt toast grounding me in something real. I watched the people around me, families chatting, workers laughing over the morning paper, and felt, oddly, more isolated than ever. The highway was behind me now, but the memory of those relentless headlights stayed. I knew I had changed. Not just because of what I'd been through, but because of what it revealed. The world could be quiet, empty, and still hold something waiting, watching, ready to corner you in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about people. About control. About fear made flesh in the dead of night. When I finally returned home, I locked the doors twice and left the porch light on for days. Sleep came in fits, dreams tangled with the image of that car, the voice that said I wasn't supposed to be there. I stopped driving alone at night. I avoided quiet roads. I told myself it was just a man, or maybe no one at all, just shadows playing tricks. But sometimes, when the house is silent and the wind presses against the windows, I swear I hear a slow mechanical groan outside. And I remember the curve in the road, the unyielding headlights, and the chilling certainty that some places don't want to be left behind. I don't know what they wanted from me that night. I don't know if I was lucky or cursed to have escaped. But I carry it with me, the echo of that voice, the weight of that presence. A reminder that the darkest roads are the ones we think we're driving alone. And maybe that's the real horror. The silence that follows is heavier than any sound. I sit frozen, heart pounding, as the shadows press against the glass like fingers searching for a way in. Outside, the world feels suspended, caught between a breath and a whisper, and I realize some fears don't fade, they wait, patient and unyielding, just beyond the edge of sight. Story 2, Highway 47 Black Ice, Ominous Nighttime Warnings. I never thought much about the stretch of Highway 47 between Cedar Falls and Millbridge. Inside the car, the heater hummed low, barely cutting through the cold that seeped past the cracked window seal. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and something metallic, probably the dashboard lights reflecting off the windshield. Outside, the world was wrapped in a thick, damp fog. It didn't smell like fresh rain, just that stale kind of moisture that clings to dead leaves and cold stone. I could see my breath in the slight chill, even though the heater was working. I reached over and flicked the CB radio on, more out of habit than necessity. Usually, I kept it off. Too many crackling voices, too many truckers swapping stories about long hauls and worse. But tonight, the static felt less like noise and more like company. My fingers tapped the dashboard as I scanned through the channels. Somewhere around Channel 19, the familiar growl of diesel engines and gruff voices came through. "Breaker, breaker, anyone out there?" A voice crackled, clipped but urgent. I adjusted the volume, leaning closer. "Got a problem up ahead," another voice chimed in, more breathless this time. "Black ice. Started right past mile marker 54. Slippery as glass. Took out a couple rigs already." I frowned and glanced at the speedometer. 54 miles. That was just 10 miles ahead. The road was empty now, the only lights those faint halos the fog couldn't quite hide. "Thanks for the heads up," I said quietly, though I knew no one was really listening. "Watch it, folks. It's a slick patch. If you don't slow down, you're toast," warned a third voice, less calm and more frantic. I sighed and eased off the gas, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. The road stretched out like a black ribbon, barely visible beneath the mist. My headlights illuminated damp pavement, but I wasn't sure I could trust what they showed me. The trucker's chatter faded in my ears, replaced by the steady thrum of tires on asphalt. I caught a faint smell, something like burnt rubber mixed with cold air, just as the car shuddered once, a subtle slip that made my stomach flip. I blinked hard, trying to shake off the creeping unease. The radio buzzed again, but the voices were distant, almost swallowed by the static. "Black ice. Mile marker. Watch out." The words blurred, fragmented. I swallowed hard. "Hello? Can anyone hear me? What's happening up there?" Silence. Complete silence. My skin prickled, cold sweat gathering along my collarbone. The car's heater felt useless now, its warmth a poor barrier against the chill creeping from my chest down to my fingers. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty, just dark fog and the faint glow of a distant, flickering billboard advertising a closed gas station. A sudden sharp pop echoed from the tires, or maybe it was just my imagination. The steering wheel wobbled beneath my grip. The car drifted slightly, no, definitely, slipped to the right. My hands trembled. I corrected, but the back end fishtailed just a little, enough to make me hold my breath. I slowed more, the engine's growl dipping as I eased off the accelerator. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was feeling. Black ice. I'd heard about it before, but I'd never experienced it firsthand. It's just a layer of ice so thin, so invisible, that it turns the road into a sheet of glass. The thing is, you don't see it until it's too late. I could taste the cold in my mouth, metallic and sharp, a reminder that I was very much alone out here. The fog thickened, swallowing the edges of the road, making the world feel smaller, tighter. It's funny how silence can be louder than any noise. The only other sound was my own breathing, ragged and uneven, and the slow, steady squeal of the tires struggling for traction. I tried the radio again. "Anybody there?" "I'm right behind that patch." "What's going on? Is it clear now?" No answer. Just static buzzing like a swarm of angry insects. The dashboard clock blinked 12:07 a.m. I glanced down, then back up, eyes searching the road ahead through the fog. The headlights caught a faint shimmer, like morning dew but colder, icier. My heart beat faster, but I tried to stay calm. I'd been through worse. Long nights alone on unfamiliar roads. But something about tonight felt different. The car shifted again without my input, sliding sideways just enough to set off that deep, gut-twisting panic. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, and fought to keep the car steady. "Come on," I whispered. "Come on, come on." Then the radio crackled again, voices breaking through the static, but this time they were hurried and overlapping, almost frantic. "Don't fishtail, slow down, mile marker, black ice. Before I could catch the full warning, the signal cut out. The radio sputtered and died, leaving only the soft hiss of the car's heater and the low hum of an engine straining against the slick road. I was alone. Completely, utterly alone. My breathing hitched as the car slid again, this time longer, a slow drift that felt like the world was tipping under me. The tires lost their grip entirely for a second, and I shut my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But the car didn't spin out. It didn't crash. It just stopped. Quiet. Still. I opened my eyes. The fog had thickened to the point where I could barely see the tail lights of the trucks that must have slowed or stopped ahead. The night held its breath with me. I sat there, heart hammering, senses alert and raw. The radio was dead. My heater was a weak, useless hum. And somewhere ahead, the black ice waited like a trap, invisible and patient. I didn't know then how close I was to losing everything, or who else might be out there, watching. But I knew I couldn't turn back. Not yet. Not without answers. The highway stretched out before me, empty and dark. And I was about to find out just how lonely midnight could be. The silence after the car finally stilled was almost worse than the slide itself. I wanted to believe the worst was over. That the black ice had just been a cruel tease, a danger I'd narrowly escaped. But the dead radio told me otherwise. The CB channel was silent now, the truckers' voices gone like smoke, swallowed by the night, or maybe, just maybe, something worse. I reached out, turning the dial slowly, fingers trembling, hoping to catch a signal, a crackle, a single word. But the static only grew thicker, like a wall closing in. The heater sputtered weakly, and cold seeped into my hands through the steering wheel's worn leather. I rubbed my palms, trying to warmth into them. A dull vibration thrummed beneath the tires. The car felt like it was resting on a bed of glass, fragile and deceptive. I glanced ahead, nothing but the faint glow of taillights, blurred and distant through the fog. Something wasn't right here. More than the ice. I knew the highway was supposed to be deserted this late. But those trucks had stopped somewhere ahead. Why? What had they seen that I hadn't? The thought made my skin crawl. I turned the key again, willing the radio to come back to life. Breaker 19, Breaker 19. Anyone out there? This is Long Haul Charlie, over. I spoke into the mic, voice hoarse and uncertain. No answer. Just static. I leaned back, eyes tracing the highway's faint white lines, now slicker and more treacherous in the fog. My mind raced, spinning through options. Turn back? I'd never make it without sliding off the road. Keep moving forward? That black ice could still be lying in wait, invisible and patient. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Something off to the side, a figure standing near the edge of the shoulder, half hidden by the fog. My heart flipped. I blinked once, twice. The shape remained, still and silent. I swallowed hard, caught between relief and suspicion. Was it one of the truckers? A stranded driver? Or someone else entirely? I unlocked the door, stepping out into the cold night. The air hit me like a slap, sharp, biting, smelling of wet leaves and something faintly metallic beneath it all. My boots crunched on the gravel as I moved closer to the figure. "Hey," I called, voice steadier than I felt. "You okay?" No response. Just that eerie stillness. Closer now, I could see the outline more clearly, a man, tall, wearing a heavy coat, hood pulled low over his face. He didn't move. Didn't turn. I cleared my throat. "Are you stuck? Need help?" His head shifted slowly, just enough to catch the dim light. His eyes, wide and unblinking, locked onto mine. "No one's coming," he said, voice low and dry. "Not tonight." The words landed like a stone in my gut. "Who else is out here?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light, casual, anything but the knot tightening in my chest. He shook his head. "No one you want to find." Before I could press him further, a sudden roar echoed down the highway, engines revving, tires skidding. The trucks were moving again, headlights piercing through the fog like searchlights. The man's eyes darted toward the noise. "They don't stop," he muttered. "Not until something breaks." Something about that sentence made my skin crawl. It was a warning and a threat all at once. I wanted to ask what he meant, but the moment passed. The trucks thundered past us, a convoy of rumbling metal and bright lights. I shielded my eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of their faces, grim, focused, tense. No waves. No signs of relief. Just urgency. When the last rig disappeared into the mist, the man looked back at me. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Neither should you," I replied, though my voice cracked. I stepped back toward my car, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt, alone on a stretch of frozen highway with a stranger who spoke in riddles and a night that seemed to be closing in from all sides. Inside the car, I locked the doors and sat for a long moment, fingers still trembling on the wheel. The heater finally kicked in with a soft hum, pushing back the chill. I scanned the dashboard, counting the gas left in the tank, the mileage ticking upward. I was running on fumes in more ways than one. I keyed the mic again. "Anyone out there?" "This is..." Static swallowed my words. I slammed the mic down. No answers. No guidance. Just the creeping sense that I was drifting into something I didn't understand. I thought about calling someone myself, but the screen was blank, no signal. Just dead space. I stared out the windshield. The fog hadn't lifted. The road stretched ahead, a slippery ribbon fading into nothingness. I wanted to turn back. I wanted to stop. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not until I found out who or what was waiting in the dark. Then, faintly, a new sound reached me, a tapping, rhythmic, coming from the roof of the car. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the pattern was too deliberate. I froze, every nerve alert. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. And then, as if the night itself was holding its breath, the radio crackled to life. A voice whispered through the static, barely audible but unmistakable, "Don't trust the road." Not tonight. The line went dead again. I swallowed hard and gripped the wheel tighter. The storm wasn't just on the horizon. It was here. And I was trapped in its eye. The tapping stopped. I glanced down at the dashboard. The clock glowed 12:47 a.m., too late, too dark, and too damn cold for any good news. My fingers trembled as I reached for the CB, hoping to catch a signal, anything. Static hissed, then a voice broke through, ragged and anxious. "Breaker 19, breaker 19. Black ice on the northbound stretch, just past mile marker 62. Trucks sliding off the road. Take it slow, folks. Real slow." The words slithered into my ears, and my stomach twisted. Black ice. I heard stories from my brother about it, how it could appear invisible, like a ghost coating the pavement, waiting to snatch wheels and send drivers spinning into oblivion. I forced my eyes back to the road, straining against the fog that clung to the headlights like a thick blanket. "Thanks for the heads up," I muttered, voice cracking as I gripped the wheel tighter. The tires hummed a steady rhythm against the asphalt, but I knew it wouldn't last. The air smelled faintly metallic, a sharp scent that made my throat dry and tight. I tried to call my sister again. No signal. Nothing but that blinking no service icon on my phone. The isolation pressed in, cold and absolute. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, like it was warning me, too. I swallowed hard and forced my foot to ease off the gas, the car's weight shifting, feeling lighter on the slick surface. Then the CB crackled again. A different voice this time, older, weary, but unmistakably serious. "You're not going to want to be out here much longer," the man said, his tone low, almost resigned. "Road's gone to hell. No patrols. No plows. It's a ghost highway. Folks caught out here after midnight don't usually make it back." I froze. His words wrapped around me like a noose. I blinked, wondering if I'd misheard. "What do you mean?" "Why no patrols?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Static. Then, faintly, a reply, storms bigger than they let on. Roads iced over, trees down. Phone's dead. It's like the world's folded in on itself out here. You're alone. And that's when the real trouble starts. A shiver ran down my spine. Alone. The word tasted bitter. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The fog swallowed everything behind me, a thick gray void. I wanted to believe I could turn around, that the road behind me was safe and solid. But the thought of backing into that endless mist made my hands sweat. The tires began to slide. Slow at first, a subtle drift that caught my attention before I could deny it. The steering wheel felt slick beneath my palms, like ice had claimed it. My breath hitched. The radio crackled, voices fading in and out, distant but frantic. "Black ice, mile marker 62, don't slow too fast." The words blurred, distorted by static and the growing howl of the wind outside. My heart hammered against my ribs as the car's back end fishtailed, a cold terror blooming in my chest. I fought the wheel, muscles straining, trying to find grip on the invisible surface. The headlights caught a shimmer ahead, patches that gleamed like glass, betraying their deadly nature. I slammed the brakes gently, desperate to slow without losing control, but the car betrayed me. It skidded sideways, tires spinning uselessly against the ice. The world spun, a kaleidoscope of fog and headlights, the faint outline of trees whipping past like ghosts. Panic clawed my throat. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught, choked by the cold air and rising dread. The CB burst to life again, voices overlapping, shouting warnings I couldn't quite make out. "Stay calm. Don't stop. Keep moving." I cursed myself for not turning back earlier, for ignoring the signs. But it was too late now. The road had claimed me. And then, out of the fog, I saw it. A figure standing by the roadside, motionless except for the slow rise and fall of their breath in the frigid air. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by my trembling headlights. But no! The figure was real. Tall, wearing a heavy coat, hood pulled low. No car in sight. No warning signs. Just that one person, staring at me. I blinked hard. The tapping started again, soft, rhythmic, coming from the roof. My skin prickled, goosebumps cracking along my arms. The figure didn't move, didn't wave or shout. Just watched. I swallowed, lips dry and rough. "Hey," I called out, voice trembling. "Do you need help?" No reply. Just silence. The kind that sank into your bones and refused to leave. I glanced back at the road, the patch of ice glittering ahead like a trap. My hands gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles whitened. I wanted to back up, to run, to scream. But the car's tires protested, sliding again, a slow, relentless drift toward the black mirror of ice. The CB crackled one last time. If you see the man in the coat, don't stop. Not for anything. The voice was low, urgent. Then gone. I swallowed hard and floored the accelerator, tires spinning, sliding, but inching forward. That figure stayed where it was, watching. I didn't know what was worse, the slick, treacherous road ahead or the silent watcher in the fog. I was past the point of no return. The headlights caught a flash of pale skin beneath the brim of a white hat. The man's eyes glinted, cold and unreadable. My breath hitched as the car fishtailed again, but I didn't dare look away. The man didn't move. I wanted to turn the wheel hard, yank the car back to solid ground, but my hands refused. They were locked, trembling, a cold sweat slicking my palms despite the chill in the cabin. The radio was dead quiet now except for the faint crackle of static. The trucker's warnings evaporated like smoke. No voices to guide me, no one to call out for help except the man who stayed rooted, unmoving. The wheel spun, a sickening sound of rubber slipping over ice, and the car lurched sideways. My teeth clenched so tight I thought they'd snap. The steering wheel was slick beneath my trembling fingers. I gripped it harder, knuckles pale as bone, trying desperately to wrest control from the black ice that seemed to breathe beneath me. The man didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Just watched. "Please," I whispered, voice barely above a rasp, "just move." But the silence stretched, thick and heavy. I slammed the brakes, not hard enough to lock the tires but enough to slow the drift. The car protested with a high-pitched whining, the ABS pulsing wildly as I fought the slide. The headlights caught the glint of his eyes again, cold and unreadable. The fog was swallowing his outline, the mist curling around his legs like smoke from a fire left to smolder. I scanned the dashboard, heart hammering against ribs. The temperature gauge dipped dangerously low, the outside air biting through the cracked window, bringing with it the faint scent of damp earth and something metallic, maybe rust, maybe blood. I shook my head. No. Not blood. I hoped not. The CB crackled back to life, the voice thin, urgent. "Hey, you. Don't stop. Keep moving." That patch, static, swallowed the rest. I blinked, the radio fading again. My fingers fumbled with the dial, desperate to catch anything, anyone. Nothing but silence. The man remained, a silent sentinel in the fog. A low rumble vibrated through the chassis, another vehicle? No! Just a distant growl of wind pushing through the trees lining the highway, their skeletal branches scratching the sky. The road ahead was a mirror, black ice stretching across both lanes, reflecting the headlights in a way that made it impossible to tell where the pavement ended and the ice began. I swallowed hard, tasted copper on my tongue, and forced the accelerator gently. The car slid forward, reluctant, the tires spinning but gaining traction, just barely. The man's shadow swayed as the fog shifted, as if he was breathing with the night. I couldn't tell if he was real or some trick of the light, but I couldn't stop now. Not with that warning echoing in my head, "If you see the man in the coat, don't stop." Not for anything. My mind raced. What if he wasn't warning me? What if he was the threat? The man who waited in the cold, who didn't move, who watched silently from the edge of the ice. The thought made my heart slam harder against my chest. The tires slipped again, and the car fishtailed dangerously close to the guardrail. I yanked the wheel left, the car groaning under the strain, and caught it just before it scraped metal. My breath came in sharp bursts, lungs burning with cold and panic. The CB crackled again, barely audible. "Keep on, man. Don't slow down. The ice is thicker than hell, but if you stop, you're done for. That guy, he's waiting for you to slip. Waiting for me to slip." The words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence like a guillotine item, ready to fall. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing but fog and the faint glow of distant taillights. No sign of a man or another vehicle. My eyes flicked back to the road, then the headlights caught something else. A flash of movement, just at the edge of the beam, something pale and quick. I jerked the wheel right, instinct overriding fear. The car slid sideways again, tires protesting, but I managed to keep it from spinning out. My hand shook uncontrollably now, sweat and ice-cold dampness mixing on my skin. I wanted to scream. Wanted to tear the radio from the dash and throw it out the window. But the static whispered to me, the fractured voices of truckers who'd seen the same patch, the same man warnings I couldn't ignore. Don't stop. The mantra echoed in my skull. The black ice stretched on, endless, like a frozen river cutting through the night. The car's headlights barely penetrated the fog, and the temperature dropped further, frosting the edges of the windshield. The heater wheezed uselessly, blowing cold air that smelled faintly of burnt rubber and old leather. My mouth went dry. I licked my lips, tasting salt and fear. Then, a sudden noise, a faint tapping against the car's roof. I jerked my head upward, heart hammering. A branch? No, too rhythmic. A bird? Couldn't be. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, echoing in the cramped space of the car. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the cold. I swallowed again. The man in the coat was still there, just beyond the headlights, but now I could swear he was tapping his fingers on the roof, a slow, deliberate rhythm. I yanked the door handle, fingers fumbling, and clicked the locks. The car's interior felt suddenly smaller, the fog pressing in like a living thing. I tried the CB one last time, voice cracking. Who's out there? What do you want? Silence. Except for the tapping. Then the man stepped forward, into the light. His eyes burned with something unreadable. Not anger. Not menace. Something worse. Indifference, maybe. Or cold calculation. The car slid again. This time, I wasn't sure if it was the ice or something else pulling me closer. The radio sputtered, a weak voice breaking through the static. If you stop, if you let yourself go, you'll never get up again. They don't forgive mistakes on this road. My hands trembled so violently I nearly dropped the wheel. The man's shadow folded into the fog, disappearing as suddenly as he'd appeared. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. And then the car lurched forward, the tires finally gripping the road just enough to crawl past the black ice, inch by agonizing inch. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I was holding and forced my foot down, pushing past the patch like it was a living thing trying to drag me under. Behind me, the fog thickened, swallowing the road, swallowing the man. But the warning stayed, echoing in my mind, a growing certainty that this night was far from over. I didn't stop driving. I pulled over about 10 miles later, to a small turnout where a faded sign barely announced rest area. The cold air rushed in the moment I opened the door, slicing through the car's stale warmth. My breath came out in short puffs, visible in the dim glow of the dashboard. The night smelled like wet asphalt and pine. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. I sat on the cracked concrete bench, hands still trembling, the faint hum of the highway like the pulse of some distant beast. I tried to tune the CB radio again, hoping for more voices, anything to break the silence, but all I got was static. Whatever those truckers had been warning about, their voices were gone now, fading like ghosts. I pressed the button and spoke softly. Hello? Anyone out there? Nothing but a faint hiss, like the radio was trying to breathe but couldn't. I wondered if I'd imagined it all. The tapping, the shadow, the warnings. But the black ice had been real. cold and slick beneath my tires. No hallucination. My hands still shook, and the memory of the unknown man's voice, calm, indifferent, yet full of that chilling certainty, played on repeat in my mind. They don't forgive mistakes on this road. That line stuck with me, heavier than any threat. I needed to keep moving. Staying put felt like surrender, like inviting whatever was out there to close in. I started the engine, the car's warmth wrapping around me like a fragile shield. The road stretched ahead, a dark ribbon threading through the fog in silence. Driving now felt different. Every shadow seemed to twitch just beyond the headlights. The trees leaned inward, their skeletal fingers scratching at the glass. At one point, a shape darted across the road, maybe a deer, or a trick of the light, and my stomach jumped. I caught my breath, clenching the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The radio crackled again, faint but unmistakable. A voice, low and urgent, watched the next curve. Black ice. Fresh. Got 2 rigs spun out. Then static swallowed the message. I pressed the button to reply but found only silence. No answer, no reassurance. I slowed down, heart pounding in that uneven rhythm like a trapped bird. The road curved sharply to the right, the shoulder disappearing into a ditch filled with shadow and frozen leaves. My tires slipped once, twice. I caught the wheel, corrected, but the cold sweat on my forehead grew heavier. The fog was relentless now, pressing in on all sides, making the world smaller, tighter, like the walls were closing in. I felt trapped inside a bubble of cold and fear, the night swallowing the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my breathing. The radio, my only link to the other drivers and maybe help, had gone silent again. I realized then how alone I really was. I thought about turning back, but the idea made my chest tighten. What if the ice was worse behind me? What if the road wasn't just dangerous but alive with something else, something patient and waiting? I glanced in the rearview mirror. The fog had thickened into a white wall, no headlights, no signs of other cars, just the endless white void. I remembered the man's shadow folding into the fog, disappearing without a trace. And those words, if you stop, if you let yourself go, you'll never get up again. I didn't understand what he meant at first, but now it was clear. Stopping wasn't just about the car, it was about me. About what I allowed myself to do or not do when faced with this cold, relentless threat. The road was a test. Not just of skill or luck, but of will. Half an hour later, I saw the glimmer of headlights in the distance. Relief flooded me, sharp and sudden. Another vehicle. I pulled over as best I could, flashing my lights. The truck slowed and then stopped a few feet behind me. I stepped out, the cold biting through my jacket, and the driver's door opened. A man with a weathered face and tired eyes climbed down. "You okay?" His voice was rough but steady. I nodded, swallowing hard. "I think so. There's black ice up ahead. It got me good back there." He shook his head. "You're lucky to be here. Couple hours ago, I saw 2 rigs jackknifed near that curve. One guy didn't make it." His eyes didn't waver. "You're not imagining things. This road, it's been a killer all winter." We talked for a few minutes, just enough for my racing thoughts to slow. He told me about the stretch ahead, how the ice formed overnight, how emergency crews were trying to clear it but were hours away. And about the fog that rolled in like a living thing, swallowing everything whole. I realized then that the danger wasn't some ghost or shadow, but the cold, the ice, the isolation. The road itself was indifferent, but the conditions turned it into a trap. And the people who drove it, like me, were forced to confront that indifferent threat in complete solitude. The trucker offered to escort me out of the worst sections. I accepted without hesitation. Driving behind his rig, I felt a thin thread of safety, fragile but real. The tires found grip more often, the fog seemed to part just enough, and the radio crackled back to life with other voices, truckers sharing warnings, advice, updates. As dawn broke, the world shifted. The fog thinned, revealing the frozen landscape in pale light. The ice patches were still there, but the road no longer felt like a trap. It was a dangerous road, yes, but one I had survived. When I finally reached the next town, the warmth of the small diner's coffee seeped into my fingers as I sat by the window, watching the sun climb higher. I thought about the night's events, the shadow, the tapping, the warnings, and how they weren't supernatural, just human fear and nature's cruel hand intertwined. I realized I wasn't the same person who had started that drive. Something had changed. The fear hadn't vanished, but it had sharpened into something else, respect. For the road, for the silence, for the fragile thread between control and chaos. I pulled out my phone and called my sister. I told her I was okay, that I'd be home by afternoon. I didn't mention the radio voices or the shadow in the fog. Some things, I thought, were better left unexplained. But as I hung up, a faint crackle came from the car's old CB radio, still sitting on the passenger seat. A voice whispered over the static, just barely audible, "Keep moving. Don't stop." I stared at the radio, the warmth of the diner fading beneath the chill that still lingered inside me. The road had left its mark, and I wasn't sure it was done with me yet. Story 3, Digital Doppelgänger, when your online self acts alone. The backup finished just after midnight, which made the timing feel off somehow. The screen blinked, confirming the process was complete. Backup successful, the message said, crisp and clinical. I closed the laptop lid and leaned back in the chair, the worn leather creaking under my weight. The apartment smelled faintly of cold coffee and old paper, the kind of mix that settles into rooms where people work late and forget to open windows. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the block. It was an oddly sharp sound in the night, sudden in contrast to the usual distant city hum that had become white noise to me. I glanced out the window, but the street was empty. The only movement was the flickering street lamp across the road, its light casting short, uneven shadows on the cracked pavement. I rubbed my hands together. The air was chilly, too cold for a late spring night, but I didn't bother with the heater. It was one of those little things that felt like a test, how far you could stretch discomfort before you gave in. I liked the cold, or at least the way it made me feel alert. Sharp, awake. The next morning, I opened my laptop as usual and sipped a lukewarm cup of tea. I noticed something strange almost immediately. A message had posted on my social media account. Not from me. It said, "Feeling restless today. Time for a change." I frowned. I hadn't written that, not even typed it out. My fingers hovered over the keyboard in disbelief, then hovered again as a small knot tightened in my stomach. Maybe I'd forgotten. Maybe I'd absent-mindedly posted it late last night after the backup, distracted or tired. I tried to remember. No! I was certain I hadn't. It wasn't like me to be that vague or cryptic online. My posts were usually dry, factual, or about work, never something that sounded like wishful dreaming. I logged into the account from my phone to check the activity log. Nothing suspicious. No unfamiliar locations or devices. The timestamps lined up with when I was awake, scrolling through emails, not posting messages. The whole thing was a glitch, probably. Or maybe some automated feature gone haywire after the backup. I shrugged it off and deleted the message. The day stretched ahead with its usual monotony. Conference calls, drafting reports, the clatter of typing keys. The office smelled like burnt coffee and printer ink. The usual fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the air conditioning thrumming steadily in the background. I told myself to relax. Nothing was wrong. It was just a fluke. But then, during lunch, I got a text from Emma, a colleague and one of the few people I trusted. The message read, "Saw your post this morning." That's a bold way to put it. Knew you? I blinked at the screen. Bold? Knew me? I typed back, "What post?" "I didn't post anything this morning." Her reply came quickly, the one about feeling restless. It's got everyone talking. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be watching, but the office was too busy for any conspiracies. Still, I couldn't shake the sudden prickling on the back of my neck. It was a small thing, but the kind of small thing that builds into something larger. Back at my desk, I refreshed the page again. The post was gone, but a new one appeared, this time on my professional profile, excited to start fresh. Time to cut ties and explore new directions. It was signed with my name, but it wasn't my voice. I stared at the screen, my mouth dry, my hands trembling enough to make the mouse slip from my grasp. Did someone hack me? I searched for signs, unusual login locations, strange IP addresses, any hint of intrusion, but found nothing. It was as if my account was acting on its own, a puppet with invisible strings. I felt a wave of nausea rise in my throat, the taste of metal sharp and bitter. Later that day, I called Emma. Her voice was casual on the other end, but I caught a note of confusion. "You really didn't post those messages?" she asked. "No. Not a word." "Well, people are responding to them. And some of your friends. They say you seem different lately. Like you're acting out of character." I laughed, but it was brittle and hollow. "I haven't changed. At least, not physically." The words felt ridiculous even as I said them. She hesitated. "Maybe it's stress. You've been putting in long hours." "Maybe." I wanted to believe that. I wanted to believe everything would go back to normal. But the apartment felt colder, the shadows longer. Something was off, but I couldn't quite say what. That night, I lay awake, the soft ticking of the clock loud in the quiet room. The air smelled faintly of dust and something else, something acrid and unfamiliar, like burnt plastic. I couldn't place it. My thoughts circled, restless and uneasy. I tried to focus on the familiar sounds outside, the distant siren, the intermittent car engines, the neighbors' muffled voices drifting through thin walls. But the phone kept buzzing quietly on the nightstand. Messages. Notifications. I reached for it and froze. Another post. This time, a photo uploaded to my account without my input, a blurry image of a street corner I didn't recognize, lit by a single flickering streetlight. No caption. No explanation. I stared at the screen. My breath caught in my throat. My fingers hovered, unwilling to touch the phone. The room was too still. The silence too heavy. I could almost hear my own heartbeat, loud and uneven in the stillness. Somewhere deep inside, a voice whispered, "This isn't you anymore." I didn't know what to do next. I didn't even know if that mattered anymore. The phone buzzed again, relentless and insistent, dragging me back into that stale room with its faint trace of burnt plastic. "Hey, you okay? Your latest posts are weird. Not like you. Should I come by?" I stared at the screen, the glow casting strange shadows on the cracked plaster wall. Mark wasn't someone who reached out often. If he was worried, maybe things had gone further than I thought. I tossed the phone onto the bed, but the buzzing didn't stop. It was like a mosquito trapped in a jar, annoying and impossible to ignore. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened since the backup last week. That routine job, which I thought was just a mundane IT chore, had somehow opened a door. Or maybe something else had slipped in through the cracks. The smell again, the acrid scent. I moved toward the window and cracked it open. A faint breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the scent of rain mixed with exhaust fumes. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I leaned out, the cool air brushing against my face, grounding me for a moment. I needed to figure this out. I pulled my laptop from the desk, its surface cold and unwelcoming. The screen blinked to life, flooding the dim room with harsh white light. I logged into my online profile, heart hammering. The feed was active, but not with anything I'd written, comments, replies, even event RSVPs appeared without my knowing. A dinner party I didn't plan. A trip to a gallery opening next week. Faces I barely recognized tagged me in photos. My digital identity was being commandeered, bit by bit. I opened the message log, scrolling back. There it was. Messages sent from my account at odd hours, sometimes hours after I'd gone to bed. And the replies, they sounded like me, almost too casual, too familiar. How had whoever or whatever learned to imitate my tone so closely? I needed help, but from whom? Mark was one option, though I hesitated. What if this was some elaborate prank? Or worse, a hacking attempt that could put him at risk. The thought made my stomach twist. My phone buzzed again, this time a video. I swallowed hard. The clip started with shaky footage of a street corner, the same one from the photo. Then, a figure appeared, walking slowly toward the camera. No face visible, just the outline under the flickering streetlight. The figure paused, raised a hand, and then the video cut out abruptly. I pressed pause, the buzzing in my ears louder now. I swallowed, tasting the bitter tang of anxiety on my tongue. Was this a warning? Or a challenge? I tried calling Mark but got his voicemail. I left a message, voice tight. Mark, it's me. Something's wrong with my account. It's posting things without me. I don't know who's doing this. Can you come by? I hung up before I could second guess myself. The room felt smaller now, the shadows longer. The buzzing stopped for a moment. Silence. Complete silence. Then, my laptop pinged a notification from an app I'd never installed. I clicked it open. A chat window with a single message, "We're watching. You're next." I slammed the laptop shut, my hands shaky. The room seemed to close in, the walls pressing closer. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing: I wasn't in control anymore. The next day, I met Mark at a coffee shop nearby. The place smelled of burnt espresso and cinnamon, the chatter of early morning patrons filling the room. He looked worried, eyes darting every so often toward the door. "Show me," he said, pulling out his tablet. I handed him my phone. Together we scrolled through the posts, the messages, the strange event invites. Mark frowned. "This isn't just a hack," he said, voice low. "Someone's got deep access. Look at this." He pointed to a chain of messages sent at 3:47 a.m. You weren't even awake then, right? "No." "I was asleep," I said, voice barely above a whisper. Mark's fingers flew over the screen, tracing IP addresses and login times. "See this? Someone's logging in from multiple locations. Not just your computer or phone." My throat tightened. Someone's pretending to be me. More than that. He looked up, eyes sharp. "They're building a new identity for you. One that your friends and colleagues will believe." I felt cold sweat bead at my temples. Why? What do they want? Mark shook his head. I don't know. But it's deliberate. And it's personal. We spent the afternoon piecing together clues, but each discovery felt like walking deeper into a maze without an exit. I noticed subtle changes in how my friends talked to me afterward, offhand comments about things I hadn't said or done. My boss even mentioned an email I supposedly sent, proposing a project I had no memory of. Doubt crept in. Was I losing my grip on reality? Had I really missed a day or a week? That night, I tried to sleep, but the images from the video haunted me. The flickering streetlight. The silent figure. I kept hearing the faint buzz of my phone, even when it was off. The air felt thicker, heavier, like the room was holding its breath. And then, just before dawn, my phone lit up with one final message: "You have been replaced." I stared at the screen until the light burned my eyes. The room was gold. The silence was absolute. And I was no longer sure where I ended and the new me began. I didn't sleep. The room was still cold, colder than before. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders, but it didn't do much. The silence had a weight, pressing down on me like the air was thick with something unseen. I listened. No cars outside. No distant footsteps. Just a faint hum from the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old apartment settling. The quiet was strange, unsettling. Like the building itself was holding its breath. I looked at my phone again. The screen lit up in the dark, showing a new notification, another message. But this one wasn't from a person or an app. It was from my own profile. The one I'd set up years ago with my real name, my face, my details. It said, "Confirm identity to proceed. Failure to comply will result in deactivation." My hands trembled as I scrolled through the message. Deactivation? Like I was some machine. I swallowed hard. The bitter taste of panic rose up my throat, but I forced it down. If this was some kind of hack, some elaborate scam, I needed a plan. I needed to stop it before it erased me completely. I thought about calling Mark. I needed him. But my phone was dead. Not just dead, it had been wiped clean. No contacts, no messages, no apps. I hadn't done that. I was sure of it. The last thing I remembered was setting up the backup, the routine one I'd done 1,000 times before. And now, everything was disappearing. The window rattled with a sudden gust of wind. I pulled back from the screen and stared out into the night. The streetlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced on the cracked pavement below. I remembered the image from the video Mark showed me, the silent figure standing there, watching. I shivered. The apartment felt smaller somehow, like the walls were closing in. I stood up and paced, fingers brushing the rough plaster of the wall. The texture was familiar, grounding. But even that felt tenuous. Like the place I called home might not be mine anymore. Morning came slowly, the pale light filtering through the thin curtains. I hadn't moved from the couch all night, eyes glued to the phone that no longer worked. I found a charger and plugged it in. The screen blinked on, revealing more changes. My email address was gone. My social media profiles had been altered, photos replaced, posts deleted or rewritten. Friends were sending messages, but they addressed a new me, the version I didn't recognize. I tried calling Mark again, but no answer. His phone went straight to voicemail. A pit grew in my stomach. If this was deliberate, personal, what did that mean for me? Was I being erased? Replaced? And by whom? I sat down at my computer, hoping to find some trace of what had happened. but the screen greeted me with a login prompt I didn't set up. The password I always used was rejected. It was as if someone had anticipated my every move, locked me out before I could even try. I started digging through my files, looking for anything untouched. That's when I found a folder buried deep in the system, labeled simply Archive. Inside was a series of documents and videos, all about me. But the more I looked, the more I realized they weren't just backups. They were profiles, scripts, carefully crafted versions of who I was supposed to be. And the last file was a video. I clicked it hesitantly. The screen filled with a grainy image of me, but it wasn't me. The voice was mine, but the words were strange, cold, precise, emotionless. It talked about plans I'd never made, opinions I'd never held. It described my life as if it were a product, something to be managed, edited, perfected. I paused the video and leaned back, breath catching in my throat. This wasn't just a hack or a glitch. It was a takeover. Someone had built a replica of me, an identity designed to replace the real one. My phone buzzed again. This time, the message was simple: you cannot escape. The words hit harder than any threat ever could. I realized then that this wasn't just about data. It was about control. Someone had trapped me inside a digital cage, cutting off every route out. No contacts, no passwords, no way to prove who I really was. I thought about leaving, packing a bag, disappearing. But how? Every trace of me was already rewritten. Friends would see the imposter and believe it. Colleagues would trust the fake version of me over the real. Even Mark, who had been my anchor, was unreachable. I checked the locks on my door, the windows. Everything was normal. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, like ice pressed against the glass. I kept hearing the faint buzz of my phone, even when it was off, a constant reminder that the line between me and the other me was slipping away. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if this was really happening. The day stretched ahead, heavy and uncertain. The world outside moved on, unaware of the battle raging inside my own skin. And then, just as I was about to shut everything down, the phone lit up again. This time, it was a video call. The screen showed a blurred figure, face hidden in shadow. The voice was calm, almost soothing. "Welcome back," it said. I froze. The temperature dropped. The line between reality and the unknown blurred further. There was no turning back now. The screen flickered again, the hazy silhouette framed by the glow of my phone. I sat frozen in the dim light of my apartment, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick and cold, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones without warning. The hum of the city outside was muffled somehow, like I was submerged underwater, distant and distorted. My fingers trembled as I reached for the phone, but the screen went black before I could touch it. Was it a threat? A warning? The question pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I ran my hand over the rough plaster wall beside me, feeling the uneven bumps beneath my palm, grounding myself. The room smelled faintly of burnt coffee from the morning, now stale and bitter, like the taste of my own thoughts. I needed answers. Or at least some kind of control. I powered the phone back on. Messages had piled up overnight, posts I hadn't written, comments I never approved, decisions made in my name. My online self was acting with a confidence I didn't recognize. My real voice was drowned out by this false echo. And then I heard it, a soft knock on the door. 3 short raps, deliberate, measured. My breath hitched. I wasn't expecting anyone. And who could it be? Mark? No, he hadn't answered my calls in days. Sarah? Unlikely. The knock came again, slower this time, almost a warning. I moved cautiously, each step creaking on the worn floorboards. The door was locked, the chain secure. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but a shadow shifting in the hallway light. The figure didn't move away. They waited. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, barely a whisper. No reply. Just silence. I backed away, heart hammering against my ribs. The phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. Another message, this time a video. I swallowed hard and pressed play. The screen filled with static, then the same dark figure from the call. The face still hidden, voice calm but cold. "You can't hide," it said. "Not from yourself. Not anymore." I wanted to scream, to shut the phone down, to run. But the words stuck in my throat, a poison I couldn't spit out. I remembered the emails I hadn't sent, the meetings rearranged without my input. My friends, my colleagues, they all believed this imposter. Even Mark had stopped answering. It was as if I was vanishing, fading into a shadow someone else cast. I ran to the window and pulled back the curtain. The street was empty, bathed in the harsh glow of a flickering street lamp. A dog barked somewhere far off, distant and lonely. The night air smelled of rain on concrete and exhaust fumes. The city kept breathing, indifferent to the chaos inside my mind. I needed a plan. But what could I do? Who was this person? A hacker? Someone close? The thought twisted my stomach into knots. My phone flashed again. Another message. This time, not from the figure, but from a number I didn't recognize. "Stop fighting," it read. "You're already lost." My hands trembled as I dropped the phone onto the couch. The message lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. I paced the room, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the bare walls. The apartment felt smaller, like it was closing in. Every shadow seemed to twitch, every creak a whisper of menace. I tried calling Mark again. Straight to voicemail. His last message was from 3 days ago, cheerful and unknowing. I pressed the call button again, willing him to answer, to tell me this was all a terrible mistake. Silence. Then, a sudden knock. Loud this time. The door shook under the force. I froze. "Open up," a voice called out, low and unfamiliar. I backed away, heart pounding so hard it echoed in my ears. The lock rattled, the chain straining. I grabbed my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and slipped toward the back door. But it was locked too. The windows? I peered out, but the fire escape was too narrow. No way down without making a scene. The knocking grew louder, more urgent. I had no choice. I dialed 911, hands shaking so badly I almost hung up. The operator's voice was calm and distant through the speaker. "Please stay on the line." "What's your emergency?" "Someone's trying to get in," I whispered. "I don't know who." "Are you safe inside?" "For now." "Stay quiet. Help is on the way." I ended the call and crouched beside the door, clutching my jacket like a shield. The knocking stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a faint click. The chain lock. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart racing as the door creaked open an inch. "Please," I said, voice barely audible. "Who are you?" No answer. The door swung wider, letting in a sliver of shadow. A hand reached in. I stumbled backward, crashing into the wall. My breath caught in my throat, cold sweat slicking my skin. The shadow stepped inside, a man, tall, his face obscured by the darkness of the hallway. "I'm here to help," he said, voice low but steady. I didn't believe him. "Help?" I echoed. by taking over my life. He smiled, no warmth in it. The real you is gone, he said. You just don't know it yet. A rush of air from the open door stirred the stale scent of my apartment. The man's presence filled the room, heavy and suffocating. I backed away, searching for anything to defend myself. My eyes landed on my laptop, open on the table, screen glowing with a social media profile that wasn't mine anymore. Who sent the messages? I demanded. He stepped closer, the floor creaking beneath his weight. You did, he said softly. The part of you that's already lost control. The room spun. I stumbled, catching myself on the table. The laptop screen flickered, showing a live feed of my profile posting again, decisions being made without me. I clenched my fists. Get out. He laughed, low and hollow. You don't get to tell me that. A sudden noise, sirens, distant but growing louder. The man's expression flickered. He glanced toward the window. I'll be back, he said, voice dropping to a whisper. And then he was gone. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving me alone with the pounding of my own heart and the eerie glow of a profile that wasn't mine. I sank to the floor, the cold seeping through my jeans, the taste of fear sharp and bitter on my tongue. The phone buzzed again. Another message. Game over. But I wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. The morning light was weak, filtered through a gray sky that felt like a cold hand pressing against the window pane. I sat at the kitchen table, the rough grain of the wood scratching my knuckles as I stared at the laptop screen. It was almost absurd how quiet the apartment had become. No notifications. No messages. No sign of that other version of me that had hijacked my life. Just silence. Complete silence. I wasn't sure if I should be relieved or suspicious. The thing about silence in a place that once felt noisy and invasive, it never lasts. When I last checked, my profile had been locked down, stripped of all autonomy. No posts, no messages, nothing. The automated madness was suspended, but that only left a hollow space behind it. I could almost taste the emptiness, like stale air trapped in a sealed room. Yesterday, I'd finally met with Karen. She looked tired, older, maybe wiser. The lines around her eyes deepened by stress or disappointment, I couldn't tell. When I saw her in that coffee shop, the smell of strong espresso and damp leather jackets filling the cramped space, it felt like a confrontation and a reconciliation all at once. She'd been one of the few people who never doubted me when the posts started turning strange, when the decisions I would never have made suddenly seemed normal to everyone else. Is it really you? She asked, voice low, eyes searching. I shrugged, trying to keep my hands from trembling. I don't know anymore. We talked for hours, the conversation weaving from memories past to the present confusion. Karen had helped me piece together the trail of digital breadcrumbs left by the imposter profile, posts scheduled without my consent, messages sent to friends who replied with increasing discomfort, even decisions at work that I had no memory of. The worst part? Everyone trusted the profile more than they trusted me. The real me was becoming a ghost. But Karen had a plan. She suggested something radical, a complete digital reset, wiping everything clean and starting over from scratch. No backups, no cloud saves, no external servers. Just me, offline, rebuilding. It sounded terrifying. Like stepping off a cliff into an unknown abyss. But I was running out of options. When I sat down to do it, my hands shook so badly I almost gave up. The process took hours, the screen flickering, the progress bar inching forward like a heartbeat. I felt every second crawl past, the weight of loss pressing down on me. All my photos, my messages, my carefully curated history vanished. And yet, as the final files disappeared, I felt something shift inside. Not relief exactly. More like a surrender. I wasn't sure if I was erasing myself or reclaiming who I was supposed to be. Later, in the empty quiet of the apartment, I could hear the distant clatter of a bus on wet pavement. The faint scent of rain on concrete drifted in through the cracked window, sharp and clean. The city felt alive outside, indifferent to my small, private battle. I reached for my phone, hesitated, then turned it off completely. No more notifications. No more digital ghosts. Just silence. The next few days were strange. I felt untethered, like a dancer without music. Contacts I once knew were unreachable, their numbers gone with the erased profile. Emails bounced back or remained unanswered. Some friends called, unsure if I vanished or if the profile had simply outlived me. I tried to explain, but words felt hollow. How do you tell people their reality was a lie? At work, the atmosphere was colder than I'd expected. Meetings proceeded without me, decisions I helped make suddenly questioned or overridden. My position felt tenuous, a shadow in a space where I'd once been central. Yet, in those quiet moments, I noticed something else, a subtle respect, a recognition that I was still here, flesh and bone, not just a digital construct. One afternoon, Karen came by again. She brought coffee and a stack of books, old-fashioned, paper ones with cracked spines and dog-eared pages. "You can't rebuild a life on pixels alone," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "Sometimes you have to touch things. Smell them. Feel the texture. Remember what's real." We sat together in the living room, the soft rustle of pages turning a comforting rhythm. It reminded me of simpler times, before the profile took over, before every choice was filtered through algorithms and automated replies. I began to write again, not on a screen but in a battered notebook. The ink scratched across the paper, messy and imperfect. It was slow, awkward, but it was mine. Each word felt like a small act of rebellion, a claim on reality. The strangest part was the way people started to respond. Friends who had once been confused or suspicious began reaching out again, not through the cold, curated feed, but through calls, texts, even visits. They wanted to know the person behind the digital mask. And I wanted to be that person, even if it meant starting over from nothing. There was a day when I walked through the park near my apartment, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming lilacs. Children laughed in the distance, their voices ringing clear and unfiltered. I sat on a bench, fingers tracing the rough bark of the tree beside me, and for the first time in months, I felt something like peace. Not because the nightmare was over, this wasn't some neat ending. The profile was gone, but the scars it left were still raw. Trust had to be rebuilt, not just with others but with myself. The digital world would always be there, a tempting trap. But I had learned to hold on to what was real, the warmth of sunlight on skin, the sound of rain tapping the window, the steady beat of my own heart. Later that evening, I logged into a new account, clean, bare, waiting. I typed a simple message, "Hello. This is me." And then I closed the laptop. The quiet returned, but now it felt different. Not empty. Not threatening. It was a space I could fill, slowly, carefully, with the life I chose. I didn't know what the future held. Maybe there would be mistakes, setbacks, moments when the old chaos tried to creep back in. But I had a choice now. A real one. I stood by the window, watching the city lights flicker on one by one, their glow steady against the dark. The world was vast and indifferent, but for the first time, I felt ready to face it. I was still here. And this time, I was myself. Story 4, Haunted Lessons, Chalkboard's Deadly Messages. The first time I saw the old schoolhouse, it was just a silhouette against the fading light, like a blackened tooth in the middle of a crooked smile. I lived in that town my whole life. Not much to do, really, except look at the same streets, the same faces, and listen to the same tired rumors. The school had been shut for years, boarded up and forgotten, or so everyone said. But nobody ever really talked about it. The missing kids were just whispers that drifted through town like dry leaves in autumn, never settled, never discussed. That night, I kept thinking about the schoolhouse. I told myself it was silly, that curiosity wouldn't get the better of me. But the next day, I found my feet carrying me down the cracked sidewalk toward the chain-link fence that surrounded the property. The gate was open, rusted hinges groaning like an old man's bones. I slipped inside and paused. The air smelled of dust and mold, with a faint trace of something sweeter, maybe old chalk or forgotten lunchboxes left to rot. The sun was high, but the shadows inside were full-bodied, thick with silence. I ran my fingers along the rough plaster walls, the texture uneven and crumbly, and tried to imagine the noise that must have filled this place once: laughter, footsteps, the squeak of sneakers on linoleum. The classrooms were empty except for desks piled in corners, their surfaces scarred with years of graffiti and spilled coffee. The chalkboards still hung on the walls, blank and dusty, but somehow they seemed expectant. I crouched to brush the dust off one of them, my fingers leaving faint trails across the slate. A sudden creak made me freeze. The entire building seemed to hold its breath. Outside, the wind rattled a loose shutter, and somewhere far off, a car door slammed. My skin prickled, and I swallowed hard. "It's just the wind," I whispered to myself, but the sound didn't convince me. I moved from room to room, stepping carefully over broken glass and splintered wood. The floors groaned underfoot, and I caught the faintest, almost imperceptible scent of something not quite right, something metallic and cold. I couldn't place it, and that bothered me more than I wanted to admit. At the back of the school was the old gymnasium, its doors hanging on one hinge. I stood there for a long moment, looking into the dark space where the light barely reached. It smelled of mildew and old sweat, memories soaked into the floorboards. Without thinking, I stepped inside. The air was colder here, and the silence felt heavier, like the whole building was holding its breath with me. My eyes adjusted slowly. The far wall was covered with peeling paint and faded banners. But what caught my attention was the chalkboard propped against the wall, oddly clean compared to the others. I walked over and touched it. The surface was smooth and cool beneath my fingertips. Then, just as I was about to turn away, a faint line appeared across the board. I blinked, leaning closer. The chalkboard wasn't just dirty, someone had written on it. At first, it was a single sentence, neat and deliberate: "I saw what happened to Tommy." I stepped back, my breath catching. Tommy was one of the kids who had vanished years ago. Everyone said he'd run off, that he was just another lost kid who didn't want to be found. But that sentence was too specific, too pointed. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching me. The gym was empty except for the stale air and the faint echo of my own heartbeat. Then more words appeared, slowly, as if someone was writing with invisible chalk. "He didn't leave. They took him behind the gym." My hands trembled, and I swallowed hard. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wanted to tell myself it was some kind of prank, maybe even my imagination playing tricks, but the handwriting was unmistakable, like a child's careful scrawl. I reached out with one shaky finger and traced the letters. The chalk felt real, dusty, and cold. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffle from the hallway behind me. Not the wind. Not an animal. Footsteps. I spun around, heart hammering, eyes straining to see in the dim light. The hallway was empty, but the sound lingered, growing fainter. I told myself to stay calm, that it was probably someone else exploring or a caretaker checking the place. But the unease settled deep in my stomach, cold and stubborn. I wiped the chalkboard clean, my hands still shaking, and left the gym without looking back. Outside, the sun was lower, casting long shadows across the schoolyard. The air smelled fresher, but the tension didn't leave me. That night, I couldn't sleep. The chalkboard's words kept running through my mind. I kept imagining Tommy, or the other missing kids, trapped in some forgotten corner of the town no one wanted to acknowledge. By morning, I knew I had to go back. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. Some truths don't wait for permission. I just hoped I was wrong about what I saw. That the chalkboard was nothing more than a cruel joke or a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. The silence in the school felt heavier now, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover what it was hiding. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about what I'd seen on that chalkboard. I sat on the edge of my bed, the thin sheets tangled around my legs, and stared out the window. The sky was a pale wash of gray, the kind of morning that smells like rain but never quite delivers. I thought about going back to the schoolhouse, that hulking ghost of a building with its cracked windows and peeling paint. Part of me wanted to avoid it, wanted to pretend it was just an empty shell, nothing more, but another part, stubborn, wouldn't let me. I grabbed my jacket and headed out, the early chill biting at my skin. The streets were unusually quiet for a weekday. A distant dog barked somewhere behind a hedge, sharp and lonely. I tried to ignore the knot in my stomach as I crossed the cracked pavement toward the school. My footsteps echoed against the empty playground, the swing set creaking gently in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with dust and something else, something sour and faint, like old sweat and mold. I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck and flicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, landing on a row of lockers, their paint chipped and rusted. I remembered the last time I'd been here, how the chalkboard had spoken without a voice. I moved slowly toward the gymnasium, my shoes scraping against the scuffed floorboards. The gym smelled of damp wood and forgotten memories. The chalkboard still stood against the far wall. The words from last night were gone, replaced by fresh writing. I swallowed hard and stepped closer. This time, the board was filled with a list of names, dates, and places specific enough that I recognized a few. Sarah Jenkins, disappeared in '97, last seen near the old mill. Michael Reed, '03, vanished after school one day. Each entry was accompanied by a short confession, written in neat, deliberate handwriting. They told of secret meetings, threats whispered in empty hallways, and promises broken in the dark. A lump caught in my throat. These weren't random scribbles. They were testimonies. But from whom? I scanned the room, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, watching me. The only sound was the hum of the flickering overhead light, its buzzing steady and unnerving. I reached out, my fingers hovering just above the chalk dust. The texture was rough, gritty beneath my skin, and the words felt heavy, like they carried the weight of years of silence. My mind raced. If this was some elaborate setup, someone had to know about the missing kids. Someone close. Someone who'd been hiding in plain sight. Then I heard a soft shuffle near the entrance. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. "Hello?" I called out, voice barely more than a whisper. The sound bounced back at me, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. I stepped back, heart thudding against my ribs. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Whoever was here had stayed quiet, watching. Waiting. I told myself to stay calm, to think straight. No sudden moves. Slowly, I turned toward the noise. The hallway beyond the gym was dark and narrow, the walls lined with faded posters, once bright and hopeful, now torn and yellowed. A faint smell of mildew lingered, mixed with something faintly metallic. I noticed scuff marks on the floor, as if someone had dragged their feet or tried to move quickly. The marks led toward the back of the building, where the old classrooms were. My curiosity outweighed my fear. I followed the trail, flashlight beam bouncing over broken desks and shattered glass. In one classroom, the chalkboard was clean until I stepped closer. There, in the corner, a single word appeared: "Look." My throat tightened. Look where? I scanned the room. My eyes caught on a pile of papers stacked beneath a desk, yellowed and brittle. I knelt down and spread them out. They were old attendance sheets, notes from teachers, and something else. A crumpled, half-torn photograph of a group of children. Most faces were blurred or scratched out, but one was clear, a boy with bright eyes and a crooked smile. Tommy. I pressed the photo to my chest. The air grew colder, and I could swear I heard a faint whisper, almost like a breath, or a sigh, right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper and the dim light flickering overhead. My hands trembled as I pocketed the photo. I needed to find out who wrote those confessions. Who had been here all these years, hiding behind the walls in silence. Outside, the sky had darkened, thick clouds rolling in like a gathering storm. The wind picked up, rattling the broken windows. I heard the creak of the old bell tower swinging on its hinges, a long, slow groan that echoed through the empty halls. I decided to check the principal's office next. If there was any place where secrets might be kept, it was there. The door was locked, but I found a rusted key taped beneath the frame. How long had that been there? I didn't care. I twisted it slowly, holding my breath. The door creaked open. Inside, the room was cramped and dusty, filled with filing cabinets and stacks of papers. I rifled through them, heart pounding. Old reports, disciplinary records, letters from worried parents. Then, a manila folder marked confidential. My fingers fumbled as I pulled it free. Inside were handwritten notes, lists of children who had gone missing, dates, and most chilling names of suspects. One name repeated itself, Mr. Harding. A shiver ran down my spine. I'd heard that name before. The school janitor. The man everyone said was a bit too quiet, too watchful. The one who had disappeared shortly after the last child went missing. My mind reeled. Was he the predator? Had he used the school as a trap? And if he was gone, who was still lurking nearby? I glanced toward the window. The schoolyard was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from the shadows beyond. I closed the folder and stuffed it into my bag. I had to get out. But as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind me. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a slow, deliberate tapping echoed from the far corner of the room. Tapping. 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 I swallowed hard and forced my legs to move toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. Because whatever was waiting here wasn't done with me yet. The tapping stopped the moment I reached the far corner, as if it had been waiting for me to come closer. I saw him take her. The girl with the red ribbon. My mouth went dry. The red ribbon. I remembered the detail from the file I'd found: Sarah, last seen wearing a red ribbon in her hair. No one else could know that. Not me. Not anyone outside the small town. The words weren't just writing themselves. They were accusations carved into the wall, a confession whispered in the silent room. I forced my eyes away, heart thudding in my ears, and turned to the door. Locked. No surprise. I hammered on the wood with my fists, knuckles stinging against the splintered frame. Nothing. The school was a trap, and I was the mouse gnawing at the edges of a cage I couldn't see. I needed to think. To breathe. but the stale air tasted like dust and old secrets. My hand found the folder in my bag and pulled it out, flipping through the pages as if they might offer some salvation. The lists of missing children, Mr. Harding's name again and again. But then, tucked between the faded documents, I found something else, a map of the school and its grounds, hand-drawn, with certain rooms circled. One in particular, the basement. I remembered the faint, musty smell coming from the stairwell near the janitor's closet. I dismissed it earlier as just the smell of decay, but now it seemed deliberate, like a lure. I swallowed hard, the thought of descending into the dark crawl space twisting my stomach into knots. But I had to know. A creak echoed from the hallway outside the classroom. My head snapped up. Footsteps? Slow, measured. Someone was moving. I dropped the folder back into my bag and edged toward the door, pressing my ear to the wood. The sound was faint but unmistakable, a shuffle, a scrape. Not the quick, nervous steps of a frightened kid. No, this was deliberate. Methodical. Who's there? I called out, voice sharper than I intended. Silence. Then a faint whisper, almost too low to catch. Don't leave. The words slid under my skin like cold fingers. I couldn't tell if they came from the hallway or my own mind. My fingers trembled. This wasn't just about old chalkboards and missing children anymore. This was real. Right here. Right now. I forced myself to move, sliding the door latch with a click and pushing it open a crack. The hallway stretched before me, dim and peeling, the flickering fluorescent light casting long shadows that seemed to sway with a life of their own. The smell hit me again, something sour, like sweat mixed with old rust. I stepped out, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The corridor was empty. I glanced toward the stairwell, the black gaping maw leading down into the basement. A chill ran down my spine. I should turn back, run out into the night, call someone. But the folder, the chalkboard, the whispered warnings, they all pulled me toward that stairwell like a thread I couldn't ignore. I took a deep breath and started down. The air grew colder with every step, thickening until my breath came out in ragged clouds. The walls closed in, damp and slick with something I didn't want to touch. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights above was replaced by the distant drip of water and the low groan of the building settling. I counted my steps, trying to keep track, 20, 30, 40, until I reached the bottom. The basement was a cavern of shadows and forgotten things, broken desks stacked in piles, rusted filing cabinets, and the faint outline of a door at the far end. It looked newer than the rest of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the paint chipped but less faded. The same door on the map was circled in red. I moved toward it, every nerve screaming, every sense screaming to turn back. The door was cold beneath my palm, the metal handle slick with grime. I hesitated, then pushed it open. Inside was a small room, a makeshift office. Papers littered a desk, a dusty calendar pinned to the wall marked with dates and names, dates that matched the missing children. But what caught my eye was a photograph pinned beneath the calendar, a group of children, smiling, posing with a man in a janitor's uniform. Mr. Harding. His face was stern, but his eyes held something else. Watching. Waiting. I rifled through the papers, the smell of old paper and mold thick in the air. Among the documents were letters from parents, desperate, pleading for information. And then, a journal. Its pages yellowed and brittle, but the handwriting was neat, meticulous. I flipped it open. They don't see me. They don't know I'm here. But I watch. I keep them safe, but sometimes they wander too far. They don't understand. No one does. They think I'm gone, but I'm not. My breath caught. The journal read like a twisted manifesto, a justification for horrors no one wanted to admit. Mr. Harding wasn't just a janitor. He was a keeper of secrets, a predator hiding in plain sight. A noise behind me made me whip around. A shadow slipped across the wall, too quick, too deliberate to be a trick of the light. I swallowed the panic rising in my throat. "Who's there?" I called, voice steady despite the racing pulse. No answer. Only the creak of the old building and the distant barking of a dog carried through the cracked window. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But the folder in my bag, the chalkboard confessions, the journal all screamed at me to stay. To find out the truth, no matter the cost. I was in too deep now. There was no turning back. A slow, deliberate tapping began again, this time from the desk beside me. I froze, heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. The tapping stopped. Then came a whisper, barely audible. "Don't trust the light." The room plunged into darkness as the single bulb overhead flickered and died. My hands fumbled for my phone, the screen's pale glow barely cutting through the black. I caught movement, a figure standing just beyond the desk. Still as a statue. I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs refused to obey. "Why are you here?" a voice rasped, close, too close. I could taste the fear now, sharp and metallic. My fingers gripped the edge of the desk, nails digging into the wood. "I'm looking for the truth," I said, voice barely above a whisper. The figure stepped forward, into the faint light of the phone. Not Mr. Harding, but someone else. Someone familiar. And then I saw the face. The face I never expected to see again. "Why won't you let us rest?" the voice asked. The line between hunter and hunted blurred, and I realized I wasn't the only one trapped in this schoolhouse's dark story. There were others, still lingering, still watching. And now, I was part of it. I was trapped. No way out. No turning back. The darkness pressed in like a living thing, thick and suffocating. The faint glow from my phone barely brushed the edges of the room. That face, so familiar, so impossibly out of place, hovered just beyond the desk. My breath caught in my throat, uneven and shallow. I wanted to pull away, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the cracked linoleum like I was anchored to the school's darkest secret. "Why won't you let us rest?" The voice was a ragged whisper, dry and cold, scraping the air, cold and heavy with silence between us. I swallowed hard, my tongue suddenly thick and useless. I just want to understand. To know what happened. The figure shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of eyes hollow, haunted, but sharp as broken glass. "You're not ready," came the reply. "You don't know what you're asking for." I forced myself to take a step forward, the floorboards groaning beneath me like a warning. The smell of damp plaster and old dust filled my nostrils, mingling with something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Iron. Blood. "Ready or not," I said, voice steadier than I expected. "If I don't face this, no one will." A bitter laugh escaped the figure's lips. "You think you're brave. You don't know fear." My phone slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering to the floor and casting pale light up onto the chalkboards lining the walls. The words were still there, scrawled in that shaky, uneven chalk, confessions, details, names. Names I recognized. Names I'd heard whispered in town, names that vanished from school records and police files. But now, new writing began to emerge, forming slowly as if the chalk itself was alive with memory. The sentences dragged across the board, smearing slightly in the stale air. They spoke of places no one ever looked, hidden rooms beneath the classrooms, crawl spaces behind lockers, a basement sealed tight decades ago. The predator's lair. My pulse hammered in my ears. The figure stepped closer, voice low, almost urgent. You don't have to do this alone. You can still walk away. I shook my head, fingers clutching at the edge of the desk, nails biting into splintered wood. I can't. Not after everything. The silence that followed was thick, broken only by the distant creak of the building settling and, somewhere faintly, the soft drip of water. I could almost hear the whispered echoes of children's laughter, twisted now into something brittle and broken. Suddenly, the figure reached out, not to grab me, but to point toward the door at the back of the room. That way leads to the truth. If you want it, you'll find it there. My skin prickled. The door looked ancient, its faded paint cracked and peeling. Behind it, I imagined the cold, damp crawlspace the chalkboards had described. The place where the predator hid, where the missing children's secrets were buried. I hesitated. The air tasted sour, thick with dread and dust. My throat tightened. What happens if I go in? Then you'll see what no one else dared to look at. And you'll understand why they never left. The figure's eyes were impossible to read, equal parts warning and something like sorrow. And then, as quietly as they'd appeared, they stepped back into the shadows, melting into the darkness like smoke. I was alone again, the only sound my ragged breathing and the faint skitter of something moving in the far corners of the room. My fingers brushed the chalkboards, the dust gritty beneath my skin. The confessions still scrawled there felt like a tether, pulling me forward. Trust me, I was there. One step. Then another. I edged toward the door, every nerve screaming. My phone's light trembled in my hand, casting long, jittery shadows. I could hear the faintest scrape behind me, fingernails against the plaster. Or just the building settling. I couldn't tell. The door groaned as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air smelled colder here, damp and musty, carrying a faint metallic tang that made my stomach twist. I took the first step, then another, each footfall swallowed by the thick silence. The walls closed in, rough stone pressing close, soaked with years of neglect. The faint beam of my phone barely lit a few feet ahead, but I could see old graffiti scratched into the walls, names, dates, desperate messages. Help me. Don't forget. I swallowed again. The weight of all those voices wrapped around me, heavy and relentless. Halfway down, a sound stopped me cold, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, like breath just behind my ear. I spun around, heart slamming against my ribs, but saw only darkness. Who's there? My voice barely carried. No answer. I pressed onward, hands trailing along the damp wall, the rough stone cold and unforgiving. The air grew thicker, and I felt the unmistakable sensation of eyes watching me from the shadows. At the bottom, a small room opened up, cramped and suffocating. The floor was littered with broken toys, faded photographs, and scraps of clothing. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and something else, something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. I bent down, picking up a photograph. It was old, edges curled and yellowed, but the faces were clear, children from the town, some I'd seen in missing persons reports. One boy smiled shyly, clutching a toy truck. A girl with curly hair looked directly at the camera, her eyes wide and unblinking. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft shuffle, like someone moving just beyond the edge of the light. My breath hitched, muscles tensing. I swallowed the lump in my throat and called out, voice steady but low. I know you're here. I'm not going to hurt you. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Then, a voice whispered back, thin, cracked, hesitant. Why won't you stop? I closed my eyes for a moment, the weight of the night pressing down harder than ever before. Because if I stop, this story dies. And they do, too. The voice was gone. The room was empty, or so I told myself. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade. It pulled in my chest, cold and relentless. I knew then that the predator wasn't just a memory or a ghost from the past. It was here. Somewhere in this schoolhouse, waiting. And now, so was I. The stairwell behind me suddenly echoed with slow, deliberate footsteps. Not hurried, not panicked, purposeful. Calculated. My hands trembled as I raised my phone, the beam flickering weakly. The sound grew louder, closer. The air in the schoolhouse had thickened by the time I reached the last classroom. It wasn't just dust or stale wood anymore. There was something heavier, like the weight of all those lost voices pressed into the walls, waiting for me. I swallowed hard, the dry, acrid smell of chalk dust filling my nostrils, mingling with the faint scent of damp plaster and old paper. The chalkboard stretched across the front wall, scarred from years of forgotten lessons. But beneath those scars, words still appeared. Not written by hand, but by slow, deliberate chalk strokes, confessions I couldn't ignore. Names, dates, places, details about the missing children that only someone close to them could have known. I stepped closer, the floor creaking under my boots, and traced the words with my eyes, my hands trembling. The chalkboard listed more than facts. It laid bare the darkness lurking in this place. The predator's voice, cold and steady, confessing in a way that made my skin crawl. The words weren't supernatural, but they were terrifying just the same, a man confessing to his crimes, taunting me in a way only someone certain of their impunity could. My breath hitched. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill crawling beneath my skin. The late afternoon sun filtered weakly through grimy windows, casting long, uneven shadows that seemed to flicker with movement. I wasn't alone. I knew that much. There was a presence, patient, watching. I felt it before I heard it, a soft scrape, like shoes on worn wood, coming from the hallway behind me. I spun around, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst from my chest. The corridor stretched empty, but the sound persisted, faint footsteps echoing through the silence. "Hello?" My voice cracked. I hated how weak it sounded, but I couldn't pretend I wasn't shaken. No reply. Just the echo of footsteps retreating and then returning, uncertain, deliberate. I swallowed again, tasting the bitter tang of adrenaline. The predator was close. Always close. Not some ghost or figment of imagination, but a real person, someone who'd been hiding in the shadows of this town all along. I backed toward the door, eyes darting to the blackboard one last time. The chalk had stopped moving, but the final message was clear: you're closer than you think. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to move. I had to get out. But as I reached the doorway, a voice whispered from the darkness beyond the hallway. "You shouldn't be here." The words were low, calm, but laced with menace. My stomach dropped. The voice, the predator's voice, was unmistakable. It was the one I'd heard in phone calls, the one I'd heard in rumors whispered by terrified parents. Now it was real, right in front of me. I didn't run. I couldn't. The weight of all those missing children pressed on me, rooted me to the spot. I needed to confront this. To end it. At least for them. Why? The single word escaped before I could stop it, rough and raw. Why did you do it? Why hide here? Silence. Then, a slow, deliberate step closer. "You think you can understand?" The voice was close now, just beyond the doorway. "You think you know what this place is?" "I know enough." My voice steadied, despite the pounding in my ears. "You can't keep hiding." Another step. The floor groaned beneath whoever was there. "You're wrong." The predator stepped into the light, a thin, gaunt man whose eyes were sharp and cold. He wasn't monstrous in the way I'd imagined. No scars, no wild look. Just a quiet, terrible certainty. I swallowed hard. The realization hit me like a slap. Monsters don't always look like monsters. What do you want from me? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. To be understood. To be left alone. I shook my head. No. Not anymore. He took another step forward, then paused. You can't stop what's already done. But I can stop you. The words felt hollow even as I said them. I felt exposed, vulnerable. But I also felt something else, a fierce determination I hadn't known I had just hours ago. He looked at me for a long moment, then turned away. You'll regret this. I didn't respond. I watched him disappear down the hall, footsteps fading into the distance. My knees weakened, and I sank against the wall, the chalk dust settling like a thin veil over my skin. I didn't know if I was safe yet. But I knew one thing, the predator wasn't invisible anymore. Not to me. Not to anyone. The sun dipped lower, casting the schoolhouse into a bruised twilight. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and took a slow, deep breath. The silence was different now, no longer just emptiness, but a fragile kind of peace. Outside, the distant wail of a siren cut through the evening air. Help was coming. It had to. I wasn't sure what the next steps were, or how long the healing would take, but I knew I'd done something important here. I stood, the rough plaster scraping my back as I pushed myself off the wall. The chalkboard's confessions remained etched in dust and shadows, but their voices felt lighter somehow, as if finally, after all this time, they were free. I glanced once more before leaving the classroom behind. The predator's grip on this place was broken. It wasn't perfect. It wouldn't be easy. But it was over. Outside, the sky was bruised purple, the first stars blinking awake. The world was still turning. I was still breathing. And I was no longer alone. Story 5, Lost Time at the Ferry Terminal, a haunting temporal shift. I never thought much about the ferry terminal until the week I started commuting across it every morning. The first morning, I stood on the peeling wooden bench near the ticket window, the salty air thick with the smell of diesel and seaweed. The horizon was a flat, gray line, and the sky promised rain, though it never quite came. I glanced down at my phone, checking the time, 7:03 a.m. I'd made the ferry with minutes to spare. The terminal was quiet, too quiet, maybe. A few people shuffled quietly, their voices muffled by the thick fog rolling in from the water. The metal ramp creaked underfoot as the ferry approached, a rusted hulk that looked like it had seen better decades. I could hear the faint clang of chains and the occasional shout from the crew, but otherwise, it felt like the world had shrunk to just this dock and the boat. I boarded and found a spot near the window. The air inside was stale, tinged with the faint scent of salt and old upholstery. The hum of the engines was low but steady, a kind of mechanical heartbeat against the silence. I pulled my jacket tighter, though the temperature wasn't cold. Something about the dampness made it feel colder than it was. I tapped my phone again. 7:08 a.m. The crossing was supposed to take around 20 minutes. A voice crackled over the intercom, crackling with static but clear enough to catch. Please remain seated while the vessel is underway. Thank you. The speaker buzzed with a faint, almost electrical line beneath the words. I looked outside. The fog thickened, blurring the shoreline into a ghostly smear. The water was smooth, dark, and endless. I could barely make out a few gulls circling, their cries distant and hollow. When we docked, I stepped off with the rest of the passengers, the wooden boards slick beneath my feet. The air smelled sharper here, like pine mixed with the faint scent of wood smoke. I checked my phone again. 7:26 a.m. The crossing had taken 23 minutes. Odd, but not enough to worry about. As I walked up the concrete ramp towards the bus stop, I noticed an older man sitting on a bench, staring out at the water. He wore a thick wool coat, despite the mild morning, and his hands trembled slightly on his cane. We exchanged a nod, but he didn't speak. Something about him made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The bus arrived, and I took a seat near the front, the vinyl cracking under me. I still had the ferry ride on my mind, oddly tense for no good reason. Maybe the fog, maybe the quiet. Or maybe it was the way the man's eyes seemed too empty, like he was somewhere else entirely. For the first few days, everything felt normal enough. I settled into the rhythm, the ferry, the bus, the walk to the office. I told myself I was imagining things, that the ferry was just old and creaky, that the passengers were simply strangers with their own stories. But then, on the third day, something shifted. I was waiting for the ferry on the island side, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The terminal was busier now, with more people crowding near the edge, their voices louder but somehow more strained. I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench, her hands gripping a worn leather bag so tightly her knuckles had turned white. I glanced at my phone. 5:12 p.m. The ferry was due in 5 minutes. When it arrived, the crowd surged forward. I stayed back, watching as the woman disembarked, her face pale and drawn. She looked around as if expecting to see someone, but nobody approached. I caught the way her eyes flicked to the clocks mounted on the terminal walls, 4 of them, all slightly out of sync. She frowned and pulled out her phone, tapping it frantically. A man beside me leaned over and muttered, "Time always gets a bit weird here. You get used to it." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Just a quirk. Phones jump a few minutes one way or another. Happens every crossing. No big deal." I nodded but couldn't shake the feeling that wasn't the whole story. The woman suddenly stood, her legs stiff, and started walking toward the parking lot. As she passed me, I caught a glimpse of her phone screen. It flashed 3:05 p.m., though it should have been 5:15. I blinked, sure I'd misunderstood. Later that evening, I told my roommate about it over dinner. She shrugged, stirring her pasta with a distracted air. "Maybe your phone's messing up the time zone or something," she said. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But when I checked my phone before bed, the time was off again, this time by 4 minutes. I reset it, then checked the wall clock. It was 9 o'clock exactly. My phone said 8:56. I tapped the screen, frustrated. The idea of time glitching was absurd, but I couldn't deny the pattern was there. The next morning, I ran into the older man from the ferry again. He was waiting in the same spot, his eyes fixed on the water. This time, I approached him. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you work around here?" He looked up slowly, eyes sharp beneath bushy brows. "No," he said, "but I know this place well. Have you noticed anything strange about the ferry rides? Like time, shifting?" He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "People say they lose chunks of time after crossing. It's not the ferry. It's this place. Something about it." I frowned. "But how? What do you mean this place?" He shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't want to know." I wanted to press him, but he stood and shuffled away before I could say more. That afternoon, I found myself back at the terminal, lingering near the ticket window. The air was cooler now, the fog creeping in as the sun dipped behind the hills. A group of passengers disembarked, their faces tired, some confused. One woman caught my eye. She looked around as if searching for something lost, fingers trembling as she clutched a folded piece of paper. Our eyes met, and she gave a quick, sad smile before hurrying away. I wanted to call after her, ask if she was okay, but the words stuck in my throat. Later, in the quiet of my apartment, I stared at the phone screen, the numbers ticking steadily, or so I thought. The minutes didn't add up. Days felt wrong. I tried to piece it together, but the more I looked, the less sense it made. What was happening at the ferry terminal? And why did it feel like the whole world outside refused to notice? I didn't know yet, but I was about to find out. The next morning, the fog still lingered low over the water, muffling the usual clatter of the terminal. I'd barely slept. My mind kept replaying the man's muttered warning "ow" and the way he'd shuffled away before I could ask more. Something about him seemed desperate, yet cautious. He wasn't the type to talk to strangers. Not here. Not about this. I pressed the home button. The phone unlocked smoothly, but the clock had shifted again, 5 minutes ahead from when I'd last checked. Odd, but maybe just a glitch. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe the ferry terminal's Wi-Fi was unstable. That would explain the weird time jumps. I hoped. I wanted to believe that. Still, a knot twisted in my gut. I'd spoken to no one yet. If this was some subtle phenomenon, maybe others had noticed too. I decided to find out. I pulled on a jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and headed back to the terminal. The salty tang of the sea air hit me as I stepped outside, mixing with the faint smell of diesel and damp rope. The place felt quieter than usual, almost too still. A few early risers were scattered around, a couple of fishermen prepping their gear, an old man sipping coffee on a bench, the same ticket window clerk behind her counter, eyes tired but alert. I approached her. "Morning," I said. "I'm trying to understand something. About the ferry crossings. Have you noticed anything strange? Like people coming back disoriented or missing time?" She gave me a long look, blinking slowly. "Strange how?" Her voice was low, cautious. I hesitated. "Some of the passengers. They say they lose hours, sometimes days. But outside, it's like they never left. Like no one remembers seeing them gone." The clerk's eyes narrowed. She glanced around briefly, then leaned in. "You're not the first to ask. People talk, but it's the kind of thing you don't say out loud. You want to lose your job? Or worse?" I frowned. "Worse?" Her fingers tapped lightly on the counter, rhythm steady, nervous. People get scared, confused. Some just stop coming back. Others. They come back, but they're not the same. Quiet, jittery, like shadows of themselves. They don't last long before leaving town or disappearing. The terminal's got a way of swallowing time, and maybe something else. I swallowed hard. The idea that there was some unseen force was tempting, but I pushed it aside. No ghosts, no curses. There had to be a rational explanation. "Have you talked to anyone else? Maybe a manager or local authority?" I asked. She shrugged, eyes flicking toward the back room. "Managers don't want trouble. Local cops think it's just stories, people exaggerating or making excuses for missing appointments. No proof. Nothing solid." I nodded slowly. This was worse than I thought. If official channels were turning a blind eye, I'd have to dig on my own. As I turned to leave, a voice called out behind me. "You looking into the time thing too?" I froze. It was the ticket clerk again, stepping out from behind the counter with a man in tow. He looked about my age, maybe a little older, with sharp eyes and a tight smile that didn't quite reach them. His jacket was worn but clean, like someone who traveled but didn't want to be noticed. "Name's Ellis," he said. "I work on the ferry." "I've seen what you're talking about." I hesitated but nodded. "I'm trying to figure out what's going on." Ellis glanced around, lowering his voice. "You're on the right track. There's something with the crossings. The time shifts aren't random. They're deliberate, engineered, maybe." "Engineered?" I echoed, surprised. He nodded. "I don't know why exactly, but I've kept track. Every time the ferry docks, the phone clocks jump ahead a bit. Passengers lose hours, days, sometimes more. And when they come back, they don't fit. It's like the terminal rewrites their stories, scrubs them from the outside world's memory." A chill crept up my spine. Why would anyone do that? And how? Alice shrugged. "I've been trying to find out. But it's not easy. The ferry company keeps tight control, security cameras everywhere. People get questioned if they ask too many questions. I've seen some of the crew disappear for days, come back like they don't know where they've been. It's like the terminal has its own rules, and they don't want outsiders poking around." I glanced back toward the ticket window. The clerk was watching us, her expression unreadable. "Have you talked to the people who vanish? Or the ones who come back changed?" I asked Ellis. He shook his head. "Most don't last long. They get scared, leave town, or go into hiding. A few try to report it, but no one believes them, no evidence, no records. The company denies everything. It's easier to pretend it's just normal ferry delays." I rubbed my temples, feeling the weight of it all pressing down. The idea that the terminal itself was a trap, a cage for lost time and lost people, it made the hairs on my neck stand up. "Why tell me?" I asked. Alice hesitated. "Because you're the first person who didn't walk away. Most people hear the stories and run. You're asking questions. That makes you dangerous to whoever's behind this." I swallowed hard. Dangerous. The word echoed in my mind. I hadn't even considered that before. Outside, the fog thickened, swallowing the distant hills and the ferry bobbing silently at the dock. Suddenly, a group of passengers disembarked, their faces pale and drawn. One woman stumbled, gripping the railing as if steadying herself. I recognized her. She'd been on the ferry the day before, clutching that folded paper. She paused, eyes wide and unseeing, then looked directly at me. "Have you been keeping track?" she whispered, voice trembling. I nodded, stepping closer. "They told me I was gone 3 days," she said, voice breaking. "But my phone says only an hour passed. My family, they don't believe I left. They think I ran away." Her hand shook so badly the paper slipped from her grasp, fluttering to the ground. I bent to pick it up. It was a ferry schedule, but someone had scribbled numbers and times in the margins, frantic, almost indecipherable. "Who told you?" I asked. She swallowed, eyes darting nervously. "The men in the office. The ones who watch us. They say time doesn't belong to us here." The words hung in the damp air like smoke. "Time doesn't belong to us." I repeated silently, the phrase twisting inside me. Behind her, Alice's face tightened. "This," he said, "is why I'm warning you. Whatever's controlling the terminal, it's bigger than any of us imagined." I clutched the paper, the ink bleeding slightly in the humidity. I looked up. The ferry was preparing to leave again. I thought about turning back, about walking away and pretending none of this had ever touched me. But I couldn't. Not now. Because I had a sinking feeling that the next crossing would change everything. And I wasn't sure I'd come back the same. I held the ferry schedule in my hands, the paper limp and damp, the ink bleeding into irregular blobs that made the scribbles near the margins almost unreadable. The phrase "time doesn't belong to us" echoed beneath the low hum of the terminal's fluorescent lights, twisting inside me like a slow, tightening coil. I glanced up at Ellis, whose jaw was clenched so tight I thought his teeth might chip. "We're in deeper than I thought," he said quietly. "They don't just watch us. They control the whole place." I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and salt water lingering in my mouth. The terminal smelled like rust and wet concrete, the air thick with humidity that clung to my skin. Outside, the ferry's engines rumbled, a constant reminder that the boat was ready to leave again. And if we boarded, we'd be trapped in that loop, minutes on our phones, hours or days lost from our lives, and no one to believe we'd ever left. Why would they do that? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Alice shook his head. Not why. Who? The words hit me like a punch to the ribs. Who had the power to make people disappear in time, to erase their existence outside the terminal? And how? Before I could press in further, the woman who'd just spoken, Marla, stepped forward, her eyes darting nervously toward the shadowed offices at the back of the terminal. "They keep us under surveillance," she said. "Not just cameras. People. Men in suits. They ask questions, but not about the ferry or schedules. About us. About what we remember." I frowned, trying to picture the scene. Men in suits. Watching. Waiting. Like predators in a concrete cage. "Have you seen them?" I asked. Marla nodded slowly. "They never show their faces fully. Always just enough to know they're there. And if you slip up, if you say the wrong thing, you get taken aside. For hours. Sometimes days. When you come back, you don't remember what happened. But everyone else acts like you were never gone." Her voice cracked. She swallowed hard, then added, "I think they want to keep us all here. Like prisoners." The word prisoners felt heavy in the humid air. I looked at Ellis again. "What do you mean, bigger than any of us imagined?" Ellis rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes flickering with exhaustion and something like fear. "There's a whole network behind this terminal. It's not just some local scam or a glitch in the system. It's organized. Planned. And it's been going on for years." I blinked, trying to process it all. Years. Missing time. People erased from their own lives. It was beyond anything I considered possible a few days ago. The flickering overhead light caught my attention, casting quick shadows across the peeling paint on the wall. A distant dog barked, sharp and lonely, breaking the silence. The hum of the engines grew louder, vibrating through the floor beneath my feet. "I need to know," I said, voice firmer now. "How do they do it? How do they trap people in this loop?" Alice glanced toward the offices again, the corners of his mouth tightening. "It's not technology. Not in the way you think. It's psychology. Control. Manipulation." I frowned. "Manipulation? Like mind games?" He nodded. "Exactly. They disorient you. Isolate you. Make you question your own memories, your own sense of time. And when you step off the ferry, no one outside believes you've been anywhere. They gaslight you into doubt. Into silence." My hands trembled slightly as I gripped the ferry schedule. The scribbled notes looked like frantic attempts to track departures and arrivals, but the times didn't add up. The numbers jumped around, minutes shifted, days erased. Once you get caught in it, Ellis continued, voice dropping, there's no going back. You're stuck. I swallowed hard. The realization hit me like the cold splash of seawater. There was no escape. Not really. Marla looked at me, her eyes wide and desperate. I tried to leave. I thought if I just walked away, if I ignored them, they'd stop. But they pulled me back. Told me I belonged here now. The terminal felt suddenly smaller, the air heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I could hear my own breath, ragged, uneven. The rough plaster beneath my fingertips felt like it might crumble any second. Why me? I muttered. Why are we being targeted? Alice shook his head. Because we notice. Because we question. Because we try to hold on to what's real. I looked down at my phone again. The time had shifted just a few minutes, but enough to make me doubt everything. The screen flickered, then stabilized. I could almost feel the seconds slipping through my fingers like sand. Marla's voice broke through the haze. There's a pattern, she said, voice low. The men in the office, they're watching who resists. Who keeps track? They want to know who notices the shifts. They pull those people aside, try to break them. Alice added, they don't want us to remember. They want us to forget. To disappear without a trace. I looked at both of them, the weight of the truth settling over me like a dense fog. This wasn't just some strange anomaly. It was a trap. A carefully constructed prison with no bars, no locks, only control over time and memory. I glanced back toward the ferry, its lights cutting through the night like a beacon. The engine still thrummed, waiting. I knew what would happen if I stepped on board again. The subtle shifts in time, the missing hours, the erasure from the world outside. But what choice did I have? If I stayed, the men in the office would find me. They always found those who resisted. And if I left, I'd be swallowed by the loop, lost to time and forgotten by everyone I knew. My phone buzzed suddenly, a message flashing on the screen. I squinted, the glow harsh in the dark terminal. It was from an unknown number. You can't run. You're already here. The words burned into my mind. I dropped the ferry schedule onto the floor. Paper fluttered in a dry, sudden draft, the edges curling upward like whispered warnings. I looked at Ellis and Marla, their faces pale in the flickering light. This is it, I said, voice barely steady. There's no turning back. Silence. Complete silence. The ferry horn blasted through the night, sharp and relentless. And the door to the office creaked open. The door creaked open like an old wound reopening, slow, reluctant, swelling with the weight of something about to spill out. Inside, the office was darker than I expected. The single overhead bulb buzzed erratically, casting shadows that danced like restless ghosts across peeling wallpaper and cracked linoleum. A filing cabinet groaned somewhere in the corner. The air was colder, sharper, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Who's there? I called, voice rough as gravel. My hands trembled so badly I had to grip the edge of the counter to keep from falling forward. No answer. Just that low hum from the ferry's engines, steady and menacing. Then a voice. Not a shout, not a whisper, just a calm, deliberate sound that sliced through the silence. You can't fight it, it said. Not here. Ellis swallowed hard, his jaw tight. Marla's fingers dug into my sleeve, cold and urgent. I don't want to be a part of this, I said. My own words surprised me, too loud, too desperate. Just leave me alone. The light flickered again, and the door swung shut behind me with a soft click. I was trapped. I glanced around. A desk, cluttered with papers, and a half-empty coffee cup stained with something dark, maybe old tea. A calendar pinned to the wall, the dates smeared as if rubbed by frantic hands. Then I saw it, a small framed photo tucked under a pile of yellowed memos. A man, smiling, standing on the dock. The same dock I'd stared at 100 times, wondering if it was real or just a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. His eyes, though, caught me. Sharp. Watching. Alice stepped forward, voice low. This place, it's not just an office. It's a trap. The people who work here, they're part of it. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. They don't want us to leave. Not really. Marla's breath hitched. But why? What do they get out of it? I didn't have an answer. The time shifts on my phone, the missing hours, the erased identities, they all pointed to something bigger, something calculated. A system designed to erase you from the world as you knew it. A tapping noise echoed from behind the filing cabinet. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails tracing the edge of metal. My pulse slammed in my ears. I turned sharply, heart pounding against my ribs. Alice moved to block my view. Stay back, he whispered. The cabinet door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage beyond, swallowed in black. The smell of mildew and cold stone drifted out, mixing with the faint metallic tang of something else, fear, maybe. Or rust. I swallowed hard and took a step forward. Marla grabbed my arm. Don't, she said, voice trembling. We don't know what's down there. But I couldn't stop. Not now. The answers were waiting. Somewhere in that darkness. The passage swallowed me whole. The air dropped 10 degrees. I could taste it, sharp and biting, like biting into a lemon rind. My phone buzzed again, screen illuminating the black like a tiny beacon. Another message. They're watching. I shoved it into my pocket. No use looking at it again. Not yet. The walls closed in, rough plaster giving way to cold stone, uneven and slick with moisture. My footsteps echoed, hollow and uncertain. I tried to steady my breath, but it caught in my throat with every step. Alice and Marla followed, their shapes just shadows behind me. Suddenly, a faint voice. Not from the passage, but the terminal above, distorted and far away, like a radio signal breaking up. Stop, it said. Turn back. I hesitated, fingers grazing the wall's damp surface. The voice was neither threatening nor kind, just insistent. A warning or a test. Alice shook his head. No. We can't run anymore. Marla bit her lip, eyes glistening. If we don't find out what this is, we'll never get out. The passage widened into a small room, lit by a single flickering bulb hanging from frayed wires. A metal table sat in the center, stained and scarred. On it, a notebook. I reached out and picked it up. The cover was cracked leather, pages yellowed and brittle. Inside, handwritten notes sprawled across the pages, hasty, desperate. Entries from someone trapped here before us, I said, voice cracking. They knew about the shifts. The missing time. The erasure. Alice grabbed a page and scanned it. They tried to fight back. To document it. But no one believed them. The last entry was scrawled in hurried, uneven letters. They come at night. Not to hurt us physically, but to break us down. To make us forget who we are. I'm losing track. If you find this, don't trust the men in the office. Don't get on the ferry. They'll take everything. Everything. The words echoed in my mind. A warning, a plea, a confession. Suddenly, the bulb flickered violently, plunging us into darkness. The silence that followed was suffocating. Then a sound, soft footsteps on concrete. Slow, deliberate. I froze. Alice gripped my arm. Marla pressed against my back. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. A voice, low and cold, whispered through the crack beneath the door. "Why are you here?" I swallowed hard, the notebook tight in my fist. "Because we want to leave." The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Then the light snapped back on. The door creaked open. A man stood there. Mid-40s, sharp eyes that didn't blink. His smile was thin, like an item hidden behind polite words. "You can't," he said smoothly. "Not yet." Alice stepped forward. "We're not staying to be forgotten." The man tilted his head. "Everyone who leaves comes back. Or, rather, they never really leave at all." My phone buzzed again. I pulled it out, another message, same unknown number. "You're closer than you think." But closer to what? The man's gaze didn't waver. "Time is a loop here. It's not magic. It's control. And control means obedience." Marla swallowed, voice shaking. "What do you want from us?" He smiled wider. "To help you understand. To make you part of the system. The alternative, well, you've seen what happens to those who resist." A sudden noise, a door slamming somewhere down the hall. A muffled cry. I couldn't tell if it came from inside the building or the ferry itself. Alice's jaw clenched. "We're not giving in." "Not now." The man's expression hardened. "Then you leave me no choice." He stepped forward, and the room seemed to close in, the walls pressing against my skin. My hands were clammy, heart hammering a frantic beat. "Listen," I said, voice low but steady, "we don't want to be part of whatever this is. We want out. We want the truth." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Truth is a dangerous thing here. It changes everything." The tension in the air was electric. The ferry's horn bellowed like a mournful beast, low and relentless, as if warning me to stay away or be swallowed whole. I stood at the edge of the dock, the salt air thick in my lungs, the rough wood beneath my boots damp from the morning fog. My phone screen glowed faintly in my hand, stubbornly refusing to sync with the time I knew it should show. It was off again, by 7 minutes this time. 7. Every crossing shifted it. That much was clear. But what wasn't clear was why, or how to stop it. I exhaled slowly, the cold air burning in my chest. I'd spent days chasing answers, hours, really, though my phone insisted it was barely minutes, and every lead twisted tighter into this knot of confusion. Passengers who disembarked reported missing whole days, sometimes weeks. Their lives erased in the eyes of everyone else, their names absent from records and memories alike. But here, at this crumbling terminal, the clock only played tricks. Outside, they were ghosts. I glanced at the arrival schedule posted on the peeling notice board. The next crossing was due in 20 minutes. It was the last ferry of the day. After that, the terminal would empty, leaving me alone with the whispers and the shadows. I knew I needed to leave. I knew I should. But something tethered me here, maybe foolish hope, or stubbornness, or a desperate need to understand. The rough plaster walls of the terminal building were cold to the touch when I leaned against them, the dim flicker of overhead fluorescent lights casting jittery shadows that danced with every gust. A distant dog barked twice, sharp and urgent, then silence again. Complete silence. The kind that presses into your ears and makes your skin crawl. I checked my phone again. The time was stubbornly wrong. I tapped the screen, hoping for a reset, a miracle, anything. Nothing. The numbers blinked back at me, indifferent. Footsteps echoed behind me. I turned to see an older man approaching, his coat too thin for the chill, his eyes sunken but alert. He carried a small, battered suitcase, the kind that's seen too many journeys and too much wear. "You waiting for the last ferry too?" His voice was rough, like gravel scraped across metal. I nodded, tucking my phone away. "Yeah. I'm trying to figure something out." The man gave a dry chuckle. "Aren't we all? This place has a way of messing with your head. You been on the ferry before?" "More times than I can count." I exhaled, rubbing my hands together. "But every time, my phone shifts by a few minutes. And people who get off, they say they lost days, weeks even. But no one outside believes them." He frowned, his eyes narrowing. "I lost my daughter here. She took the ferry 3 weeks ago. Came back saying she'd been gone for days, but her friends swear she never left the island. No calls, no messages, nothing." His words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I swallowed hard, the lump rising in my throat. The idea of being trapped in this time loop, forgotten by everyone you loved, was a kind of torture I couldn't fully grasp until now. "How do you cope with that?" I asked quietly. He shook his head. "You don't. You just keep going, hoping the next crossing will be the last. But it never is." The ferry's horn sounded again, closer this time. The boat itself was a hulking shape emerging through the mist, its metal sides streaked with rust and peeling paint. The ramp lowered with a slow, mechanical groan. I glanced at the man, then back at the ferry. "What if we don't take it?" He looked at me like I'd asked the most ridiculous question. "Then you're stuck here. The terminal closes, and you're left with nothing but cold floors and ghosts." I swallowed hard, the weight of the decision pressing down. I didn't want to be stuck. But I couldn't keep writing either. Whatever was happening to this place wasn't natural. It was calculated. Someone, something, had designed it to trap people. To erase them. The ramp creaked under the feet of the first few passengers boarding the ferry. I watched their faces, hoping for a clue, a sign. They looked normal, tired, anxious maybe, but normal. Until they disappeared from the terminal, and later, when they stepped off, their stories fractured into nothingness. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the rough fabric biting into my skin. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I fished it out. A text from an unknown number. "Don't trust the ferry. Don't get off." My hands trembled. The message was brief, but it carried the weight of desperate warning. I stared out at the water, the ferry's engines thrumming like a heartbeat in the quiet morning. "Who sent that?" The man's voice was low. "I don't know. But I think." I hesitated. "I think the ferry is a trap. Not supernatural, not ghosts. People are using it. Manipulating time, memory. Making people disappear." He nodded slowly, his eyes darkening with understanding. "It's a prison. A place to hide things you don't want found. People, evidence, time itself." I looked back at the ferry. The crew were ordinary men and women, their faces blank masks of routine. But beneath that, a cold, calculated purpose. I realized then that the horror wasn't in ghosts or curses, it was human. Cold, clinical, unfeeling. "We need to stop taking it," I said, the words tasting bitter. We need to find another way. The man's lips pressed together, a grim smile flickering in his eyes. I've tried. No one listens. No one believes. They think you're crazy. Maybe they're right, I whispered, the weight of exhaustion settling in. Maybe I'm losing it. He clapped a hand on my shoulder, rough and firm. You're not alone. We just have to find a way out. The ferry's horn sounded one last time. The ramp began to rise. The last passengers settled into their seats, eyes distant, minds elsewhere. I made a decision then. I wouldn't take the ferry. Not again. I'd stay here, scour every inch of this terminal, talk to every passenger I could find, piece together the fragments until I uncovered the truth. Because if the ferry was a trap, then the only way out was to break the cycle. Hours passed. The fog thickened, swallowing the edges of the dock. The terminal emptied. The last ferry pulled away, its silhouette fading into the mist like a ghost retreating into the void. I sat on a creaking bench, the rough wood pressing into my back, my phone silent in my lap. The cold seeped into my bones, but I stayed awake, I scanning the shadows. Time folded in on itself. Minutes stretched and snapped like brittle glass. But I was here. Present. Awake. Story 6, Subterranean Rift, Distorted Realities Beneath the City. The first time I saw the tunnel entrance, it was nothing more than a rusted grate half buried beneath cracked concrete and piles of dead leaves. I work as a cartographer, though not the kind who traces coastlines or plots city blocks on glossy paper. I map the forgotten. Abandoned railways, underground passages, forgotten tunnels, all the places where the city's history hides in shadows and silence. The newly discovered subway tunnel beneath the east side was my latest project. At least, that's what it was supposed to be. A straightforward job, map the route, note any structural changes, and submit the data. Easy enough. I remember the morning clearly. The sky was overcast, a dull gray that muted the usual city noises into a low, constant hum. The air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. My boots crunched over gravel as I approached the grate, my flashlight tucked into my backpack. I'd gone over my gear twice already, but the familiar weight of the map roll in my hand steadied me more than anything else. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side comfortably. The walls were lined with old tiles, chipped and stained, some missing altogether, revealing rough brick behind. Faint graffiti marked here and there, mostly names and dates, some indecipherable symbols, probably left by urban explorers long before me. The smell was a mix of damp concrete and rust, with that faint hint of something organic, like decaying leaves or no, something else. I couldn't place it at first. My fingers traced the rail tracks as I stepped cautiously forward. They were cold, slick with moisture, and the echoes of my footsteps rippled in the tight space ahead. There was a rhythm to it, like the tunnel was alive in its own quiet way. I liked that. I liked that it listened. The first sign I noticed was the one hanging from a low ceiling beam about 50 feet in a faded green rectangle with white letters, Platform 3. Nothing unusual, except it looked newer than the rest of the tunnel. The paint was peeling at the edges, but the letters remained crisp, almost freshly stenciled. I made a mental note to check the maintenance records later. Probably just a leftover from some forgotten renovation. Probably. I pressed on, my headlamp slicing through the darkness, catching bits of old wiring and puddles where water had pooled. The temperature dropped noticeably the deeper I went, the cold pressing in around my neck and wrists. I pulled my jacket tighter. The air tasted faintly metallic now, like biting into a penny, and it made the back of my throat itch. There was a faint noise then, soft, almost like a sigh. I stopped. Held my breath. The tunnel swallowed sound so completely that even my heartbeat seemed loud. I told myself it was just the wind shifting somewhere far ahead. Probably. I was about to move on when I noticed the sign again. Platform 3 it said, but now it was hanging crooked, the letters slightly off-center, the green paint duller. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, wondering if the dim light was playing tricks on me. I stepped closer, tracing the outline of the sign with my fingers, feeling the rough metal and chipped paint. It was definitely the same sign, but not the same position. How had it moved? I was sure of its original placement. I shook my head. "Get a grip," I muttered under my breath. "You're already tired. It's just an old sign." But the unease had settled in my chest like a stone. I continued, trying to focus on my notes and sketches. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, every corner turned revealing more of the same, cracked tiles, puddles, and low-hanging wires. Occasionally, a flickering light overhead sputtered to life, then died again, casting long shadows that jerked across the walls like restless ghosts. Nothing new. Nothing unexpected. At the 3/4 mark, I reached a fork in the tunnel that hadn't been on any of the preliminary blueprints I'd studied. To the left, a narrow passage with a rusty handrail. To the right, a wider corridor lined with old wooden slats, some missing. The blueprints showed a single continuous tunnel here. I frowned and pulled out my phone to check the map. No signal. Of course not. Underground, no chance. I made a quick sketch of the split, marking it as a discrepancy. The air grew cooler, wetter. The smell changed, too, growing stronger, damp earth mixed with something faintly acrid. "Hello?" I called out softly, my voice swallowed immediately by the tunnel. No answer. Not even an echo. I chose the left fork, the narrower path. The walls were rougher here, uneven bricks jutting out, and the floor was slick with mud. My boots left dark prints behind, the only evidence that anyone had passed through recently. The silence pressed tight around me. Even the distant hum of the city seemed to vanish. I stopped again when I saw the next sign. This one was unmarked, a blank slate of metal hanging from chains. I tilted my head, squinting through the beam of my flashlight. It swung gently, though there was no breeze. "Maybe it fell," I said aloud, though I wasn't convinced. I reached out and steadied it. The chains were old, but sturdy. Nothing about the sign suggested recent tampering. Still, I glanced back the way I came. The tunnel behind me looked the same, but somehow different. The tiles on the wall seemed less stained, the puddles smaller. My pulse quickened, and a bead of sweat trickled down my temple despite the cold. I told myself I was imagining things. Light plays tricks. Tired eyes. The mind invents patterns. I pressed on, deeper into the narrow passage. Then I heard a faint scrape, like something being dragged softly across concrete. I froze. The sound stopped. I held my breath again and strained to listen. Nothing. I whispered, "Hello?" No reply. I took a step forward, then another. The scrape came again, slower this time, deliberate. My hands trembled slightly as I gripped my flashlight tighter. The beam wavered, catching on something ahead. A shadow? A figure? My mind jumped to worst-case scenarios, all of them improbable, yet each more vivid than the last. I swallowed hard. "Who's there?" My voice was steadier than I expected. Silence. Complete silence. I wanted to turn back, to run, but something kept me rooted. Curiosity, stubbornness, maybe foolishness. I wasn't alone down here. That much was clear. But who? And why? The tunnel seemed to close in around me. The air thickened. My throat dried up. I took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang again, sharper now, sharper than before. A warning. I glanced back once more. The fork was gone. But I had passed a fork. Hadn't I? I blinked hard. The tunnel was narrowing. No sign of a split. I swallowed. The map in my hand felt suddenly heavy and useless. I was supposed to know where I was, but I didn't. Not anymore. Something was changing the tunnel. Or maybe it was changing me. I didn't want to believe it. But the signs, the move sign, the missing fork, the strange noises, none of it made sense. And that was the moment I realized I might not be the only one down here. Someone was rearranging the passages. Someone was trapping me underground. The scrape came again, soft, deliberate, like fingernails tracing the edge of a rusted grate. I stayed still, the beam of my flashlight trembling in my clenched fist. The air was cold, damp, and bitter with the sharp tang of metal and something else I couldn't place. I swallowed hard, tasting it on my tongue, metallic but sour, like old pennies mixed with stale sweat. I licked my dry lips, trying to steady my breath. "Okay," I whispered, voice low and cracked. "Who's there?" "Show yourself." Silence. No footsteps, no reply. Just the echo of my own voice bouncing off the tunnel walls. I forced myself to take a step forward, then another, eyes darting to the shadows. The beam caught on something, an old map pinned to a battered wall, its edges curling and stained. I moved closer, heart hammering. The map wasn't part of the original layout I'd memorized. I didn't remember seeing it in the official blueprints or in any of the archive photos. The map was crudely drawn, with thick black lines marking tunnels and faint red dots scattered along the paths. I traced the lines with my finger, feeling the rough texture of the paper beneath my glove. Some of the tunnels matched what I'd seen earlier, others twisted and looped in ways that made no sense. The red dots seemed to mark specific points, but there was no legend to explain what they meant. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had been here before me. Someone who had studied the tunnels, maybe even altered them. I took out my phone and snapped a photo, the flash briefly illuminating the grimy walls. The light revealed scuff marks along the floor, small piles of dirt shifted aside like footprints. I crouched down, scanning for other signs. A faint smear on the wall caught my eye, smudges of grease or oil, almost like fingerprints wiped hurriedly. Whoever had been here had left traces, intentionally or not. I stuffed my phone back into my pocket and pressed on, eyes peeled. The further I went, the more the tunnel seemed to change. The signs, those small white placards with black lettering, were inconsistent. One read Platform 3, the next Service Access, but the item pointed in conflicting directions. I stopped counting how many times I had to turn back, retracing my steps to confirm what I'd seen. It was impossible. I pulled out my notebook, scribbling frantic notes and sketches. The layout was shifting, or being shifted. Walls that should have been straight suddenly curved. Dead ends appeared where there should have been corridors. I found a door, a heavy metal slab covered in peeling paint that I was sure hadn't been there before. I pressed my ear to it. No sound. The air on the other side was still. I knocked, first gently, then harder. Nothing. No response. My chest tightened. I stepped back. Then a whisper, a breath, really, came from somewhere behind me. I spun around. The beam caught the glint of something metallic, a bolt or maybe a latch, disappearing around the corner. I moved quickly, heart in my throat, but the tunnel opened into a small chamber I hadn't noticed before. It was empty except for a single chair, overturned and scratched deep with what looked like initials JR. I knelt and traced the letters with a trembling finger. The chair's surface was rough, splintered in places. I looked around for more signs, but the chamber was bare, save for the stale smell of old dust and something else faintly sweet like burnt caramel or decaying fruit. A sudden tapping echoed somewhere close by. Not a scrape this time, but a sharp, rhythmic sound. Tap. 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 I froze. The sound wasn't random. Someone was sending a signal. Hello? I called again, voice steadier this time, more certain. The tapping stopped. I waited, every muscle taut. Then footsteps, quick, light, almost cautious, moving away. Fading. I swallowed back a rising panic and followed. The tunnel twisted sharply to the left, the walls narrowing until I had to squeeze through a gap barely wider than my shoulders. The beam flickered, and I cursed under my breath, slapping the flashlight. It steadied. Ahead, the walls were scratched with graffiti, names, dates, phrases like "help me" and "lost." Some were old, faded almost to invisibility. Others were fresh, the paint still wet. A name caught my eye, JR, same as on the chair. I bit my lip. Was this a warning? A message left for me? My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, relieved for the distraction. A text from Sarah. Did you find anything? You okay? I typed back quickly. Strange signs. Someone's been here. Maybe still here. No reply yet. I pressed on, the weight of the silence pressing harder with every step. Then I noticed it, a door frame, half hidden behind a pile of rubble. The frame was newer than the rest of the tunnel, the paint a clean, glossy white. I pushed aside the debris and peered inside. A small room. Bare concrete walls. A table. Papers scattered across it, maps, notes, photographs. My breath caught. One photo was face down. I flipped it over. A blurry image of a man, standing in the very tunnel I was in. His face obscured by shadow, but his posture was unmistakable, watching. Waiting. I grabbed a rag from my backpack and wiped the table surface, revealing a notebook. The cover was worn, edges frayed. I opened it carefully. The first page was a hurried scrawl. They're moving the tunnels. If you find this, don't trust the signs. Don't trust the exits. I swallowed hard. That was no accident. Someone was deliberately shifting the tunnels, maybe even building new passages underground, trapping anyone who wandered too far. My hands trembled as I flipped through the pages. Diagrams, notes about structural weaknesses, mentions of a safe point and escape routes. But the last entry was smeared, illegible, as if the writer had been interrupted. A sudden noise made me jump, a metallic clink nearby. I spun, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing. Just the tunnel walls, silent and watching. I closed the notebook and stuffed it into my bag. My mind raced. Who was this person? How long had they been down here? Were they still here now? The idea of being trapped underground with someone or something watching me felt suffocating. Yet, a part of me was desperate to find answers, to understand what I'd stumbled into. I checked my phone again. No signal. No way to call Sarah or anyone else. The air grew colder. The walls seemed to press inward, shadows deepening. I wasn't just lost anymore. I was caught in someone else's game. And the rules were unknown. I whispered into the darkness, "I'm not going to be your next mistake." Silence answered. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. The only way out was forward. Then I noticed it on the far wall, a freshly painted sign. It read, "Exit." But beneath, someone had scrawled in thick black marker, "Not this way." I stared, heart thudding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The choice wasn't just between tunnels anymore. It was between trust and survival. And I wasn't sure which path led where. I didn't move right away after the clink. My breath hung in the stale air like a ghost, faint and barely there. The flashlight trembled in my hand. I swallowed, but the dryness in my throat wouldn't quit. Whatever had made the noise was close. Too close. Flashing the beam around, I caught a glimpse of something, a shadow peeling away behind a bent steel girder. Just a flicker at the edge of my vision, but enough to slam my pulse against my ribs. I forced myself to take a step forward. Then another. I had to know. The notebook felt heavy in my backpack, like it was pulling me down, reminding me why I'd come this far. The writer's words echoed in my head. Don't trust the signs. Don't trust the exits. It wasn't just paranoia. This was deliberate. Someone had been actively rearranging the underground maze. I reached the spot where the clink had sounded. There, on the cold concrete floor, lay a rusted bolt. Not just any bolt, though. This one was freshly removed, the edges rough and shiny, like someone had just unscrewed it a moment ago. My fingers brushed the cold metal, and I realized the tunnel was being tampered with, right under my nose. My ears caught the faintest scraping noise, soft, like a shoe dragging against gravel. It was coming from deeper within the tunnel, beyond the fork where the signpost was wrong again. The item pointing left this time said exit, but the hallway looked unfamiliar. New walls jutted out awkwardly, seams mismatched. I had passed here once before, or had I? Doubt gnawed at me. Maybe my mind was playing tricks after hours underground. Still, the smell of wet concrete and old rust was unmistakable. Something wasn't right. I checked my phone. No signal. The battery was down to 30%. I cursed under my breath. Not the time for tech to quit. Still, I had to move. Staying put was riskier. I chose the right path. It felt more solid, more like the tunnels I'd seen on the maps. The flashlight flickered damn batteries again, and I smacked it against my palm. It steadied. Light bounced off the grimy tiles, revealing scrawled numbers and cryptic symbols painted in bright orange. I knelt to examine them, tracing the uneven lines with my finger. The numbers didn't match any known codes from the subway system, and the symbols looked fresh, like someone was marking territory. A soft thud echoed from behind. Not loud, but deliberate. My heart jumped. I spun around. Nothing but darkness pressing in. This isn't right, I muttered. Who's doing this? I paused, breathing shallow. The air tasted metallic now. I wiped my forehead. Sweat mixed with dust, gritty and dry. I could feel the walls closing in. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered, threatening to die. The temperature dropped. A chill settled deep in my bones. I kept walking, faster now, eyes starting to every turn, every shadow. The walls curved unexpectedly, forming tight corners that forced me to slow. Something was changing the layout, moving the walls, shifting the exits. The signposts were lies, traps designed to confuse and mislead. Then I saw it, fresh footprints in the dust. Small, deliberate. They didn't match mine. They led deeper into the labyrinth. I followed them. The tunnel narrowed. The air felt heavier, charged with a tension I couldn't shake. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the silence. My skin prickled, every nerve alive to the possibility of being watched. After a few minutes, I came to a junction I didn't recognize. The signs here were different, hand-painted item, crude and uneven, taped over the official ones. One pointed left with the word safe scrawled beside it. The other, right, had the word trap marked out and replaced by exit. I hesitated. I knew better than to trust any of this. My fingers tightened around the flashlight. The beam caught a small piece of paper stuck under the tape on the exit sign. I pulled it free. It was a torn page from a city transit manual, with a note scribbled hastily, "Not here. Go back." The handwriting was shaky but familiar. The same as in the notebook. A surge of cold dread swept through me. Whoever had left that warning was still here, somewhere between these shifting walls. Maybe watching me. I debated my options. Turn back? But back felt like a mirage, every route distorted, every exit a dead end or worse. The tunnel was swallowing its past, erasing the way out. I swallowed hard. This was the point of no return. I stepped left, toward the sign marked safe. The air grew damp, smelling faintly of mildew and earth. The walls pressed tighter still. The flashlight flickered again, and I cursed aloud. The beam caught something on the floor, a small pile of belongings, a worn leather wallet, a crumpled photograph, a half-empty water bottle. My breath hitched. These weren't mine. I crouched, fingers trembling, and picked up the photo. It showed a man and a woman standing in front of an old subway entrance, smiling. On the back, a date, 6 months ago. Someone had been trapped here before me. Or maybe still was. I stuffed the photo into my pocket and scanned the area. No sign of the owner. Just the hush of the tunnels and the distant drip of water. Suddenly, a voice whispered from the shadows. "Why are you here?" The words were barely audible, but they cut through the silence like an item. I whipped around, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing. Only darkness. My heart hammered. I swallowed the lump in my throat and answered, voice steady though my hands shook. "I'm looking for the truth. Who's moving the tunnels? Who's trapping people down here?" Silence. Then the voice again, softer this time. "Closer. Truth is a crooked path. Be careful where you step." I wanted to say something else, ask who they were, but the words caught in my throat. A cold breeze whispered past me, carrying the faintest scent of tobacco and something metallic. The tunnel seemed to breathe, alive with secrets. I had crossed the line. No going back. A sudden clatter echoed ahead. I squinted, trying to pierce the gloom. The far end of the tunnel was blocked by a jumble of loose bricks and twisted metal, a barricade hastily thrown up. Trapped. I stepped forward, heart racing. This wasn't accidental. Someone had been here recently, watching, guiding, or maybe hunting. My flashlight dimmed to a weak glow. I shook it, willing it to hold out. Then I noticed faint footprints leading around the barricade, a narrow gap just wide enough to slip through. I slid past the rubble, scraping my knee on the rough concrete. The air grew colder still. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood a makeshift camp, more belongings, empty food wrappers, a battered thermos. I wasn't alone down here. A whisper of movement caught my ear. "Hello?" My voice echoed, brittle. Footsteps answered, slow and deliberate. From the darkness, a figure emerged. A man, gaunt and pale, eyes wide with exhaustion and something else. Recognition? Fear? "We don't have much time," he said, voice low, urgent. "They're watching, moving everything. The tunnels aren't just rearranged. They're alive. And you're stuck. I blinked, trying to process. Alive? No. Not alive. Controlled. Manipulated. But by whom? And why? He stepped closer, glancing nervously over his shoulder. They want us to get lost. To disappear. You can't trust anything, not even me. My hands clenched at my sides. Then what do I do? How do I get out? He shook his head. There's no way out. Not anymore. The weight of those words crushed me. No escape. No rescue. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. The tunnels had claimed me. And whatever force was behind this nightmare wasn't finished yet. The voice had vanished like smoke, leaving the stale air thick and heavy. My flashlight caught the edges of the tunnel walls, rough concrete streaked with years of grime and moisture. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The photograph in my pocket pressed cold and unfamiliar against my thigh, as if it had some secret weight beyond the paper and ink. Someone else was down here. Someone who'd left pieces of themselves behind: wallet, water bottle, the photo. And maybe someone still lurking in the shadows. I stepped forward, the crunch of dirt and small stones underfoot sounding too loud in the suffocating quiet. The voice's warning echoed in my mind: truth is a crooked path. Be careful where you step. I didn't want to believe I was being hunted, but the shifting layout, the signs that didn't make sense, the sudden dead ends, it wasn't random. Someone was rearranging the tunnels, molding this underground labyrinth like clay, and I was the clay pigeon. I tried to trace my steps back to the last recognizable marker, but the corridor behind me seemed to have subtly changed. The sign that should have read North Platform now pointed somewhere else, the item crooked and worn. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. No, it was definitely different. How could it be different? I just passed through here. My hands trembled, and I gripped the flashlight tighter, knuckles white. The beam quivered as I raised it to scan the ceiling. Flickering fluorescent lights buzzed erratically, casting long, jittery shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I could taste the coppery tang of damp metal in the air. My pulse was a steady drum in my ears, loud enough to drown out the distant drip of water somewhere deeper underground. I forced myself to breathe slow and deep, the cold air filling my lungs. I had to think. Panic would only make me lose focus. I needed to find a pattern. A clue. Something concrete. I pulled out the crumpled photograph again, smoothing it between my fingers. The man and woman smiled faintly, frozen in time. The date, 6 months ago. The same 6 months during which reports of missing people near the old subway entrances had quietly circulated but never fully investigated. Maybe the missing were trapped down here, like me. Hello? I called, voice low but steady, hoping for a reply, a sign. Nothing answered except the metallic echo that bounced back. A faint shuffling sound from deeper down the tunnel caught my attention. I froze. Footsteps? No, too irregular. More like something being dragged. My flashlight beam darted toward the noise. The light hit a pile of discarded debris, a broken wooden crate, old newspapers yellowed and torn, a cracked plastic bottle. Nothing alive. Maybe a rat. I swallowed the sharp knot in my throat and pressed on, stepping cautiously. The air grew colder, the grout between the tiles damp and slick underfoot. The smell shifted too, from the usual musty underground scent to something faintly metallic, like rusted iron mixed with stale sweat. Suddenly, the tunnel forked. 2 identical signs hung above, both bearing the same faded label, exit/maintenance. The item pointed in opposite directions. I stared. That made no sense. There couldn't be two exits side by side. I took a step toward the left fork, then stopped. A faint breeze brushed the back of my neck. I turned quickly. Nothing. The tunnel behind me was still empty. I debated. Left or right? Both paths looked equally worn and equally deserted. I tried to recall the map I'd been sketching in my head, but it was unraveling like a thread. A whisper. Faint, barely there. Choose wisely. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. No one. My heart hammering, I ripped open my jacket pocket and pulled out the small voice recorder I'd brought, hitting play. Static buzzed, then a voice, distorted but unmistakably human. They don't want you to leave. The recording cut abruptly. I swallowed hard. A chill ran down my spine. Whoever had been here before me had tried to warn me, or maybe just record their own nightmare. I knew I couldn't sit still. The tunnels would keep shifting, confusing me until I was hopelessly lost. I chose the right fork, stepping carefully, every sense alert. The walls here were narrower, the air thicker, and the faint drip of water was closer now, echoing up the tunnel's curve. The beam of my flashlight landed on fresh footprints in the dust, barely visible, but definitely human. They led deeper, winding around the corner. I followed. The tunnel bent sharply, then opened into a small chamber. The air smelled faintly of burnt paper and sweat. The tunnel was quiet, but the silence felt heavy, like the air itself was waiting. My flashlight sliced through the darkness in a narrow beam, catching the rough edges of the cracked plaster and the dull gleam of rusted rails. I took a deep breath, the cool, damp smell filling my lungs, a mixture of wet stone and old oil. The scent had changed somewhere along the way, less stale, more metallic, like something had been recently disturbed. I knew it wasn't just my imagination anymore. I stopped, listening. A faint shuffling sound echoed somewhere deeper, almost imperceptible behind the hum of the ventilation system. Or maybe it was just the wind or my own breathing. But I wasn't alone. That much was clear. The map in my hand was useless now. The layout didn't match what I saw around me. Hallways I'd marked as straight ahead curved sharply, signs pointing in contradictory directions. I ran my fingers along the cool metal of a handrail, rough and pitted under my touch, the paint peeling away in flakes. The letters on the signs were scrambled, some replaced by others, and some entirely missing. Exit had become exit. Platform was now playtrough. It was deliberate. Someone was tampering with the signage to disorient me. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled, but I clenched my fists to steady them. The logical part of me tried to make sense of it all. Maybe maintenance workers had been here, rearranging for repairs. But why would no one tell anyone? Why was there no official record? My gut told me otherwise. I wasn't just lost, I was being trapped. I turned a corner and the beam of my flashlight landed on fresh footprints in the dust. They were small, narrow, and led deeper into the maze. I hesitated. Following them could mean walking into a trap or finding someone else down here. The thought set my nerves on edge. "Hello?" I called softly, voice bouncing off the damp walls. No answer. Just a distant drip of water and the faint metallic clink of something shifting. I moved forward, footsteps echoing unevenly, the sound swallowed quickly by the tunnels. The air grew colder. My breath came out in visible puffs. The temperature drop was sudden, unnatural. I glanced at my watch. No change. Something about this place was off. Another sign caught my eye, hanging crookedly by a rusted chain. The item pointed left, but the word was scratched out crudely. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the chipped paint. That's when I saw it, small, almost invisible scratches around the edges of the sign, like a message in code. My pulse quickened. I took out my notebook and copied the marks, my pen shaking slightly. This was no random vandalism. Whoever had done this wanted me to find the clues, or maybe they wanted me to think I was finding clues. A soft sound caught my attention, a low, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against metal. It was coming from somewhere behind a thick metal door ahead, one that wasn't on my map. I pressed my ear against the cold surface, the vibrations faint but distinct. "Is someone there?" I whispered. No answer, only the tapping continued, steady and slow. I looked around for a way to open the door. No handles, no keyholes. Just a small slot near the bottom, barely big enough to slide a piece of paper through. My mind raced. Was this a message? A trap? I found a scrap of paper in my pocket, tore a corner off, and slipped it through the slot. "Who's there?" I wrote on my notebook just before. The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence. Then, after a long pause, a faint voice, almost a whisper, came through a grate high above. "Help." Relief and dread collided inside me. Someone was trapped too. Or maybe someone trapped me, and this was their way of reaching out. I swallowed hard, the weight of the situation settling like a stone in my stomach. "Where are you?" I asked, voice low, trying not to sound desperate. "Beyond the old junction," the voice said, barely audible. "I've been here. Days. Someone's been moving the passages, trying to keep us both down here." My throat tightened. I wanted to believe the voice, but the tunnel had already taught me not to trust easily. "Can you open the door?" I asked. "No. It's sealed from the outside. They don't want us to get out." The voice cracked, tired, frightened. I looked around again. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer and darker. The light above flickered, threatening to go out. I fought the rising panic, forcing myself to think. "We need to find another way around," I said, more to myself than to the voice. "I'll find you." I pressed forward, the tunnel twisting unnaturally. My flashlight caught a glimmer on the floor, something metallic. Kneeling, I picked up a small, weathered key, cold and heavy in my palm. No tag, no indication of what it opened. Hope surged. Maybe this was what I needed. I followed the voice's directions, the air growing stale and the walls damp with condensation. The sound of dripping water echoed endlessly. My footsteps quickened, then slowed as doubt crept in. What if I was walking right into a trap? Then I saw it, a faint outline of a door, concealed behind a panel slightly ajar. The key fit perfectly. I turned it slowly, the lock creaking open with a sound that echoed like a gunshot in the silence. Inside, a small chamber, barely lit by the weak glow of a dying LED strip. And there, slumped against the wall, was a man. His clothes were filthy, his face gaunt, eyes white with shock and relief. "I thought no one would come," he whispered. I helped him to his feet, feeling the fragile weight of his body against mine. We shared a look, one that spoke of shared fear, exhaustion, and a flicker of hope. "Who did this to you?" I asked quietly. He shook his head. "I don't know. Someone who knows this place better than anyone. Someone who wants to keep us here." We didn't have time for more. The passages around us were shifting, the walls closing in, the tunnels twisting like a living thing. But with the key and a new ally, I felt something I hadn't dared to feel in days, a chance. Together, we moved carefully through the labyrinth, using the key to unlock hidden doors and secret corridors. The man mark, He told me new parts of the tunnel from before the rearrangements began. His memory was a patchwork of glimpses, but it helped. Slowly, we pieced the path back to the surface. Every step was a battle against doubt and exhaustion. The air grew fresher as we climbed, the sounds of the city seeping in through cracks. Finally, a sliver of daylight broke through a grate. I pushed it open, the smell of fresh air hitting us like a wave.